and a pleasant good evening to all of you from the depths of the underground Inkling Performance Laboratory. Welcome to this, the third edition of Swim or Sink, brought to you by the mad scientists over at Inkling Performance Labs, alongside the one, the only Zylard. I'm Stu, the announcer, and we'd like to thank you for watching here on twitch.tv/IPL Splatoon for this Swim or Sink bracket. Zylard, shaping up to be a pretty decent one.
This might be the most stacked, or at least down the list. There's a lot of big strong games, and I was we were in VC with some of the people while we were doing seeding. It was just a debate of like, where do you put people? They're all so good. Speaking of good teams, we got two good teams here. A pickup of friends on the Bravo team. We got Home Depot Esports, and a staple between the European and the American regions. We got a ever on the grind team called Arctic Moon. They are extremely underrated, I would say. They've consistently been placing in the top 10 in almost every single tournament, even majors. Some majors, maybe, I don't remember or recall, but we are going into the game. Starting off game one, we got Starfish main stage, and I believe that is zones on game one. That was
Tower control. So, interesting circumstances here for game number one, and they're breaking out the Hydra. They're going to be in that snipe position for the entire time. Enough talk, let's get cracking. As we take a look at the compositions, Zylard, your takeaways from the initial gambits.
That Sea Hydra is going to have its hands full with that, especially with that splatter scope. And my goodness, I am just stuttering over my words, but you got to go down on the side of Home Depot as Fear is already taking that plat. So really strong push coming in from Arctic Moon just to start off.
Yeah, and immediately you're going to have them pushing forward, trying to make everything around that tower purple, and definitely see why with that composition that they are running. You do not want to have a chance at an opening for that 52 gal. It looks like there's a disconnect on for the case slosher.
Yeah, and that's just unfortunate. But I believe the DC rules is the objective has to be past 30, and it was not. So there will be a replay if I am not mistaken. But one thing I'd like to point out, Arctic Moon actually took a gamble by pushing up into that enemy snipe area and into that pit. They were actually ignoring that right pillow around that first checkpoint, and it paid off because they were just trusting in Dark's ability to win that 1v1 that was left to him. And even at close range, Dark was able to do that. So if we do get a replay, we will get to see how things shake up on that second time around. But even in that small time with that disconnect, there were no picks on the side of Home Depot East. So they do have to, be a little bit more aggressive and be a little bit more diligent in getting those first minute picks.
I mean, we saw that. It was when you have something like the 52 gal on the opposite side of you, and it's a composition that has come into vogue and has been quite prevalent actually with the in the last two Swimmer Sync tournaments, and certainly tournaments outside of this as well. It's no surprise that they were finishing with as many picks as they did, even in that short amount of time. Obviously, the DC, I'm thinking, means we're going to, as you mentioned, go to another playthrough of this game. But when you're looking at the initial takeaways from what we saw at the very least, Home Depot Esports had an idea in mind, and for one reason or another, it did not work. Obviously, the fact that they got 0 kills might be a testament to that fact, Zylard. Mm-hmm. But that might just be what the difference is. Less people on the map, less chances that you have to stop the objective.
Yeah, and unfortunately, we will be remaking the room. But so just bear with us for a hot minute here as we are going to get these teams back into the lobby as quickly as possible. But you made a fantastic point. In general, I forgot where I was going with this.
Me making a fantastic point, which happens. I know I'm the greatest, but go on.
You are the greatest.
No, I'm not, folks. But in all seriousness, we can talk about the minutia of this matchup as it continues on. Right now, I guess this would be a decent time to talk about what we have on the docket for tonight. Well, obviously, we have this matchup coming up between Home Depot Esports and Arctic Moon. But then we also have, well, Swimmer Sync by now. We got the giveaways. We're going to be giving away stickers. You never know what's going to happen with that. So be sure that you're typing !giveaway to make yourself eligible for that in the chat. I want to see it swimming with !giveaway. So don't let me down there, folks. And also, just the quality of the competition here tonight cannot be understated. We have BlackPink, the sort of FT win pickup that wound up doing quite well for themselves last week, winning the tournament over Supernova, and not even on the reset, just straight up taking it 4-2 at a winner's side. But then you also have this
Sayonara,
pickup,
right? Yeah.
Over Sayonara. That's right. Then you have this pickup of Dream with Zero, Terra, and then Brand joining them. It's a little much to think about, and it just goes to show the kind of quality that Swimmer Sync is starting to attract.
Yeah, and already, actually, we have an upset, maybe. It looks like Helix, the 20th seed, has taken a 2-0 win over Golf Club, the 13th seed. So that is something I did not actually expect. We also have a 17-16 quote-unquote upset. Atami taking a 2-0 over BC Kois. May not be an upset because those teams are seated so close to each other, but Itami will have the luxury of facing off against the number 1 seed back.
Oblivion still has a match to maybe turn it around. You never know.
Yeah.
They did beat their opposition 2-0, so they in the first round anyway. So you never know what's going to happen. That's why they play the games.
Absolutely. Very true, very true, very true. No disrespect to Oblivion. I just my rule is to never really bet against the 1 seed. I have been surprised before. But yeah.
That's not a bad rule of thumb, honestly, Zyler. Especially when the number 1 seed in question are the defending champions of the bracket. So can't ever really go wrong with an assumption like that, except obviously when you can. So
speaking of which, the winner of this set that we are watching right now on stream will go on to face the winner of Dream versus Vento. So speaking of Dream, there's where that bracket ends up. Sonderchee, the 5 seed, has already moved on. So has Requiem, the 4 seed. So has Bad, the 9 seed. And then if you see anyone streaming from Carnage Gaming or Ink Pressure, that is currently in a 1-1 tightly contested set right now.
So we will be continuing on with this bracket. Some absolutely monstrous matchups ahead of us. And certainly an entertaining one in store for us right now between Home Depot Esports and Arctic Moon. And as you mentioned, going to be interesting as we move along here with this round 2 matchup. But the prospect of facing, obviously you have Vento, who are talented in their own right. But the prospect of having to face Dream in the next round, I mean, just the thought. This is a pickup that some of our staff were kind of speculating. This is a team that has a very good chance of taking down BlackPink from the number 2 seed.
Yeah, fantastic opportunity, especially because Dream not only is just a pickup, they are also technically a group. And they have had, weeks, if not months of practice. Particularly Zero and Terra have been playing with each other for a bit now. And I know Terra is always consistently asking Zero to go ahead and play with them. But now with that brand synergy coming in from Quantum and that Q synergy coming from Zero and Q there, I'm really curious to see this iteration of Dream show itself out. And I don't think I've actually gotten the chance to see Terra himself play in about a few months, and that's just me personally not really getting the chance to do that. But I wanted to see how Terra's improved, so I'm rooting for Dream.
we're all kind of pulling for a decent showing out of them one way or another. While we are going to speculate on what they do in this bracket, at the end of the day, it comes down to what you actually do. So there's only so much talk that you can throw around until it comes time to load up your splatter shot and come in guns blazing. So we'll just have to see. And in the meantime, exclamation point giveaway if you want in on some of these the sticker sets, the other things that we have going out. Xylard, you ain't slick. I see you, kid. Don't even front. All right. But that is that's what we're going to be dealing with for now, and really just I guess we could talk about the state of the game in general, because obviously this game has changed a lot from when we first laid our eyes upon the competitive nature of it. We're talking pre-release even at E3 2017, when we saw Deadbeat and Dynamo in the grand finals of that world championship. It has changed so much since that time, Xylard, and really the way that it's changed, what it's changed into now, as we're talking about maybe the back end of the game's life cycle, it's honestly nothing short of awe-inspiring what these teams are capable of.
Not just awe-inspiring, but I've experienced and I've seen just so much growth and development from so many people who have been around since the beginning. People who played casually for some years and then started really getting into the grind and really showing how good and how strong they can be at the game. People who just develop friendships that are going to last a lifetime. Only really good to say from everyone's experience from this game. Yeah.
No, absolutely. And it's one of those things that you can never really count out about the about gaming communities as a whole, the bonds that you make. And you know what? What if the final boss, or what if the goal of the game were the friends that we made along the way? I know that's a cliche. I know that's a mean phrase.
I'm going to be my friends that I made along the way. Only then can I finish the game.
I mean, the Booyah Bomb is literally your friends encouraging you in summoning up your energy into a gigantic ball. Like, that is a metaphor, folks, if not actual literal zone coverage on a map that happens in-game. But, it's one of those things about the community that's always been inspiring to me. And honestly, coming from the Smash community as well, it's really cool to see where you have maybe a limited structure coming together and supporting itself and making itself known for the world that, hey, we're here to stay, we care about this, and we're not going to give up on this. So Arctic Moon and Home Depot Esports, certainly two teams that are the beneficiaries of that as we take a look at these compositions once more with feeling, except this time we're making it rain.
Yeah, and finally we are underway and able to play this set out. So let's see what Home Depot Esports, Home Esports, is actually able to do on that loadout. Unfortunately, they do go one down yet again, and Arctic Moon is getting on the offensive. Ooh. They do get one, they do get two, so a little bit different. And we are changing to Rainmaker.
I think tower control might have been a mistake, and also we had a DC. So that is a mistake that was caught one way or another. That Case Flasher going for the flank. However, the Octa shot denies them the opportunity, and we're going to get a little bit of stage control, or center stage control, garnered by that Octa shot as they were winded up. They wound up chasing the play anyway. So they're going to lose the lead and give up 41 ticks off of that counter, but a manageable position nonetheless for Arctic Moon.
Manageable indeed, and that does explain why that scope actually ended up switching to a Firefin when they were previously a vanilla. 3 go down very quickly on the side of Home Depot Esports. Tato trying to outrun that Booyah Bomb, not able to flavor in the fantastic position to stop that defensively, actually holds on to lead for a point. Not really much of a lead, however, so it is actually more of an opportunity for him to get their teammates back into order.
And as they're coming back into this this push is going to be Well, actually, they're just going to reset the Rainmaker. Excuse me, I was kind of distracted by something I saw off of the screen. Do apologize for that. It's the nature of some of these offline tournaments. We can't always choose our environments. Good catch there on the Kensa Gal, and that's going to not pay any dividends as they are down 2 squids compared to the 1 on the side of Team Yellow, and they're going to continue even further, getting it all the way down to 81 ticks onto the board. And Arctic Moon making a statement in this game number 1. Now it's mandated that Home Depot Esports try to fight back.
Yeah, and you gotta remember, Squids and Kids, you always have to escort your Rainmaker, and that lane opened up so freely for Arctic Moon with that pressure provided from 2 to 3 members escorting the Rainmaker. They were able to just push it up to 19. There was knowledge displayed from the Rainmaker carrier that if they're able to just get to this one point on that ramp, they're able to implement a very solid push, and it is on the onus of Home Depot Esports to bring that back and do so in... They probably are going to have to get a significant man advantage to be able to counter this kind of push coming in, as Rhythm is actually able to take out Twig, sussing out that K52 there. 2 specials alive on the side of Arctic Moon. The armor comes out, so it's going to be on Home Depot Esports to maintain this, but they go and get wiped.
And yeah, that is tough. It was always going to come down to whether or not you could get those picks. Rhythm just did not have the mobility necessary with that Rainmaker to get anything done. And while Arctic Moon's counter push into the zone is going to be stalled out, they're still making decent progress on that Rainmaker barrier, and they're Home Depot Esports just not able to get in and find these opportunities. They're going to have the Rainmaker once more and will push forward. And just like that, 93 points compared to the 41 of good pick on their own zone. But again, you are only up 2 squids to 2. Excuse me. That Hydra may be overextending just a little bit, but at this point, why not?
Oh my goodness!
And we're just gonna get that right up close.
Mini. Look at that frontline Hydra fully go down. The wall saves him.
Dark. That was just a little bit ridiculous, folks. I mean, you're having that kind of confidence up close with the Hydra. You are playing. I am shocked that you are that mobile, both with the Hydra and also the fact that you have to carry those cojones everywhere. That is just a little insane. And now, as Home Depot Esports are going to try to go with this push, but they have to get through that choke, trying to get the numbers advantage, but they're being flanked. It is, however, counteracted successfully. They might have a shot if they can get numbers forward.
You know, Tato made a risk, and that risk unfortunately did not pay off, and you don't really get the opportunity to flank with an end zap, especially when you have 3 people escorting the Rainmaker. So smart objective play coming in from Home Depot. They do have to play extremely smart as they wait out this Booyah. They're being patient. Acid has to get a pick here. Will Acid go down? Acid will go down. It is on Flavor to rush it. Flavor has no choice but to go in and feed.
Yeah, there was nothing you could do after that. You're down 2 squids on the map. And it was well stalled, however, by Arctic Moon. Good defensive play there to keep him out. Really, you had that 1 squid advantage on the map for a lot of that time, but man, if that does not tell the story. 30 combined splats between the front line Octashot and Enzap. And then also the work that the Hydra Splatling did to just stall out the objective for just a little bit so they could try to continue that push forward was just a little insane. Dark, take a bow. Might be a candidate for play of the game there, Xylee.
Oh yeah, fantastic. And the thing about playing that C Hydra and really grinding that out, and I know Dark as since Dark has transitioned from that aggressive playstyle to backline, Dark has been playing around with scope chargers, playing around with a lot of ballpoint. I've always known Dark as a ballpoint player, but ever since ballpoint got hit with that massive set of overarching nerfs that make no one ever want to play it now, people have been talking about the return of the Hydra, and it hasn't really gotten a lot of play in the West or the East, but I think that was a fantastic showcase of just how powerful it can be in the right hands.
I'm inclined to agree with you. And really, the amount of work that was being put in by that Kensa 52 gal shouldn't go unnoticed. And you saw how much they were just trying to keep the opposition back just with those splash walls alone. I mean, you can't run through them, so you might as well. It's preventing them from getting through as much as it is protecting you, and that's so effective, especially on that choke. It wound up being a pretty decent little defensive tool. However, simply not enough to garner the top spot for kills. Nevertheless, it was effective. And as we go into zones on Mako Mart, taking a look at the compositions yet again.
So how about some little bit of role reversal? Home Depot Esports choosing to go backless, technically. If people have seen that Nautilus 79 be a surrogate backline, really. But see, Blessy was on the scope, switching to a last-ditch effort and object shredder K-shot. Able to get one. Can he get two? No, gets taken out by Tato, and that is a 3-down situation. A wipe, actually, in favor of Arctic Moon.
Yeah, and that increased mobility. I mean, you don't have a backline, obviously, but you're still giving yourself a little bit of mobility. You have the distance kind of necessary in order to take on whatever you really need, and you maybe you don't have the distance to counteract that Hydra, but you certainly have the mobility, and that's about all you're looking for. And maybe even take your opponent's stack away from them and hold it down for a bit of time. So yeah, you are going to have to stay mobile, but at the same time, better to have it than to not.
Absolutely. But speaking of the advantage of having a backline, especially on a zones map and a small one like this, you can see Dark is getting pushed, or is able to just push up into extremely commanding, domineering positions, as they still have an opportunity to cap the zone and not lose their timer. Wow, they still have the opportunity to. If Twicken holds on here, they might actually be able to, but no, they get wiped. So Home Depot will do the unthinkable, or not the unthinkable, but really just what's necessary, and get that timer on Arctic Moon.
Unthinkable, Zyler, but it certainly did kind of feel like that. Improbable might have been the word, considering how good they were looking in the prior instances of that set. They are going to hold on to it here, but man, you just cannot do a whole lot, especially when you have Tentamissiles just raining death from above upon you. And Bless trying to counteract that K-shot, but is not going to be successful. Well done, and they're winning these 1v1s, which, again, is so crucial when it comes to something like zones, where it takes a little bit of work to just get into the zone if you don't have the geometrical advantages. It's kind of hard to think about the fact that the pick with the bomb. It's kind of hard to think about the fact that it's just a little tough when you're having to fight back against the current, as it were.
Absolutely, and Dark is able to take that, get that armor out, and that is the benefit of having two armor weapons. You are not going to be in a shortage of having that armor unless you're consistently going down. But Dark is able, with that armor, to get one pick and help cap the zone. The K-shot on its team goes down. That is another trade, a 2v2 situation here. Dark doesn't have a lot of ink. I don't know why he's pushing up so far. Probably back up given the circumstances, but his teammate is able to actually get one on that right stack, and Dark doesn't really have to do much, but that armor comes out.
He doesn't care. See, maybe those are the concerns of mere mortals, but this is Dark we're talking about, rearing the heads of the Hydra and spitting venom, as it is known to do both in mythology and in reality in the hands of Dark. This could very well be a knockout unless Home Depot Esports can do something they cannot. And Arctic Moon, you saw me standing alone without a dream in my heart. They will move on 2-0.
What a fantastic call, and what a fantastic reference. One head goes down, two pop up to replace him. Dark actually not even taking the top of the leaderboards, but due to this perspective that we saw, that was a hell of a play right there fantastic double, if not a triple, with that armor, able to provide fantastic zone pressure, fantastic offensive pressure, coverage, whatever you name it.
I mean, it was whatever it was. I mean, that was just straight heat. If we're being real with one another, those obviously you can have sound strategy, and that will carry you quite far in these tournaments. At the end of the day, you also have to have the technical skill to pull these things off. The great Dutch footballer Johan Cruyff did once say, results without style are boring, and style without results are meaningless. So you got to have both, and it seems to me like Arctic Moon might just possess both. As they move on by a score of 2-0, it was fantastic stuff what we saw. I can't get over just how fearless Dark was with that Hydra. That was some stunning stuff, and they might need a little bit more than that as they move on in this exceedingly difficult bracket. But nevertheless, Xylard, they got this to take away from the tournament, if nothing else, and that's a heck of a thing to take away.
Absolutely. There is that losers bracket, and Arctic Moon is infamous for their losers brackets runs. Well, they're not the ones getting sent to losers bracket. So for Home Depot Esports, they actually also have the chance to get through that losers bracket and make a valiant effort. But let's go ahead and see what is the next matchup we will be casting. I think that is still a decision that is going to be passed down from on high. So do we have any talking points? Okay, so we are moving on right into, I believe this is Bad and Helix. Oh, Ink Pressure.
Ink Pressure, okay. So Ink Pressure, one of those teams that we've been seeing quite a bit in IPL tournaments. Not a bad team by any stretch of the imagination, and certainly a team that's been on the grind for quite some time. But Ink Pressure, I mean, one of the teams that we might have to keep an eye on, because they wound up taking down Carnage Gaming by a score of 2-1 in their last match. So they were the 8th seed. The 9th seed, Bad, is going to have to probably keep their eye out just a little bit, more than an eye.
Yeah, more than an eye. And how about, okay, I don't actually recognize a lot of these players, but yeah, taking that set over Carnage Gaming is nothing to scoff at. That is a win you should be proud of if you're a team like Ink Pressure on the rise.
Yeah, and that's, the thing is that if we don't recognize some of these names after tonight, Xylard, we might have no choice but to do so. This is one of those things where you come into this tournament so that you can take on the best that the American continent has to offer, and that is certainly what Ink Pressure provides. It says Chile on their map, and if that is in fact true, then vamos chilenos, I suppose. We'll have to see just how well they do as we're going blitzing on Snapper Canal. We're going to take a look at these compositions, and then we will be off. This could get messy.
Well, how about that? We got two pros, a K Pro and a Forge Pro. You got a Nautilus 79 and a NZAP. So that is 3 suction bombs, a splat bomb. That is a funky comp if I've ever seen one. On the other side, you got another mid-liney heavy comp. You got the CDS, K Pro, and Bamboo, all in similar range here. But Bad is going to go ahead and take some of the first, I think 2 of the first kills in the firefight, as they are able to get that first clan in as well.
Yeah, and they might not get a whole lot of opportunity to push in unless they can get some picks. They do get 2 individual clans in, 3-3 on the map at the moment. However, it might just be a little difficult to push in. And indeed, the barrier does come back up, a decent little hold there. But again, it's no lead is too small. Then again, no lead seems to be too insurmountable, especially on a map like Snapper Canal, where you have so many ins and outs. Obviously, there's that one route that's directly to the basket that requires the least root of effort, but it's also going to be the most heavily guarded. So Xylard, this is one of those maps where your cleverness might come into play.
Yeah, and speaking of clever, Amphi's making a smart business decision to hold on to those 9 clams and not engage while they're holding on to that bubble. So you can make a solid push with that bubble. Able to get a sneak kill on, but gets called out and punished by that K-Pro yet again. Maybe that business decision did not end up actually paying off, but teammate ends up getting the punishment anyway. So we are back into stalemate as I believe Ink Pressure is holding on to 3 specials and hoping to get a push out of it.
And interesting, it wasn't the... they did go headhunting, but it was not the one that had all that main tower up used on it. Good defense here. Good defense! That is how you put out a fire, folks. That is that double MPU K-Pro that we were talking about. And geez, putting in the work, having targets in the sights and getting the double when the team needed it. However, succumbing to the lead. That's 40 points on the board for Ink Pressure, or excuse me. Oh my gosh, we're talking about this, and it's a little back and forth. I'll admit, it can be just a little quick, but that pity clan might just be put to use here as Vinyl going to push the initiative forward.
Yeah, and how about that bubble push actually working out in the opposite K-Pro's favor? So, I believe what ended up happening is with enough bomb defense, and maybe just even a sub of bomb defense, you don't take that 50-50 damage from those bubbles. You actually end up taking significantly less, like 48.9, which matters a lot in the grand scheme of things, especially when you have 2 bubbles you're facing on, and you only get hit by 2 instead of all 3, then you're looking at a situation like that where you're actually stopping another clam from being put in. So speaking of which, they're actually able to take the lead off of this push, and they get a 2-down situation in their favor. So Bad Act able to go ahead and get a solid push if they can get this power clam in, which I don't think they will. So that push is over.
Yeah, but still not before putting up 66 points onto the scoreboard, holding the lead, and whether or not they can do so for the next 75 seconds, only Providence can direct. But when you're talking about performances like this, especially when you're catching bodies like Jesus right now, make that a triple. Once splat in enough, Jack, you better make it 3. And now, looking to add on to their point total. Adding with the numbers, however, these suction bombs going to be coming out and garnering a little bit more space for them. They're going to have to rethink their attack, as it is going to be a re-engagement that they're going to have to reconsider here.
Oh yeah, but how about that offensive pressure? Unfortunately, they weren't able to convert anything into ops. Well, at the very least, they were able to take the map back and able to rack on even more bodies, as Jesus threatening this Nautilus, not in a fantastic position, corralling all teammates into the middle. 3 picks, saving the power clam, throwing it back, able to help with the CDS. Can he get the kill? That's a trade.
Maybe just a little bit of hesitation at the moment of truth. Nevertheless, a trade. Not a bad thing considering the work that they've done. I think that they can rest, maybe not on their laurels, however, because you do have that power clam. That will be ever so important. They're going to utilize their special to try to clear out the zone and maybe get a barrier breakage. Will catch 1 in Vinyl. Make that 2. Make that 3. This is doable, and they will, in fact, win it with an expertly placed Booyah Bomb followed up by some great picks. And just like that, the tide can turn, and 68-66. They just got caught up in the swell a little too easily there, Xylard.
And that's not even, clam cheese is what a lot of people like to attribute failures in clamlets to. But that's not really clam cheese at that point. That is just a superior offensive play coming in at the perfect time. So massive respect to Ink Pressure, not Ink Theory, Ink Pressure, on capitulating on that like triple right there. That was just a fantastic inkjet, a fantastic kill. And we are moving into Rainmaker Anchovy, as Bad has to come up with an answer, and I believe this is a best of 3 as well. So Bad is backs against the wall here, and Ink Pressure applying the pressure.
I mean, it was, fittingly enough, it is kind of in their nomenclature. But at the same time, Ink Pressure, what we saw at the very beginning was them getting those few points on the board. Obviously, that lead didn't hold, and immediately that was bad answering back with the lead of their own. But then it just kept going back and forth, back and forth. They were kind of content with trading that same point deficit or point lead. Really back and forth throughout the course of the 5 minutes. They had a game plan and they executed it wonderfully. And honestly, with steadiness like that, might not be a wonder that they took down the 8th seed in this tournament. And now they have the 9th seed dead in their sights with the danger of a early losers bracket run becoming a very real possibility for Bad. We'll have to see if they can counteract that. But Xylard, impressive stuff what we've seen from Ink Pressure thus far. Extremely
impressive stuff. Like, how about not capitulating under the pressure of Jesus K-Pro? And unfortunately, we don't know what your if that's your actual IGN or if that's just a pseudonym for lack of a better word. But we will say GE switch off that K-Pro, go into a vanilla splash with one of the fastest, if not fastest, inkjet in the game. And I think it's a really strong pick, especially for Rainmaker in general. The offensive pressure you can apply and the defensive pressure you can apply with that Toxic Mist is insurmountable, as 2 go down very quickly on the side of Ink Pressure.
Yeah, Emmett coming in looking for those picks, but you can't really pick someone who's already dead, can you? So maybe a little bit of an overextension on that front. However, they're going to be taken down to 2, and the Rainmaker will be pushed forward as they come up onto that platform and trying to push this down past halfway. They will have to settle for 40 points on the board. Not bad for an opening gambit. Might not be enough to take this thing down. However, good progress on the barrier as Trishaft will try to shut the door on whatever Ink Pressure, Bad, try to apply here.
Yeah, and Lackey getting a little trigger happy with that inkjet. Is not able to actually do anything of meaningful use with that inkjet, unfortunately, and that comes into special usage. They are taking it the solo queue way as they go on that rear fan, which I'm not sure if that's the way they actually intend to go. Trisaft definitely doesn't seem to be in a proper position to do anything with it, as they only push to 91, so I can only just question what Ink Theory or Ink Pressure is doing. I don't know why Theory just keeps slipping on in there, but Bad is able to get a very free defense out of that.
I mean, Hanage, you saw when the compositions were held. This guy had bad intentions in mind. A triple MPU dually squelcher. You are trying to get range and mobility, and you are simply headhunting. And that little shot when their opposition was trying to drop off shows everything that they're trying to do. They're trying to garner that numbers advantage and stay mobile. That's a pretty decent composition with which to do it. Trishaft going to try to counteract that with a little bit of mobility of his own, but you can only go so far in the Toxic Mist. A valiant effort nonetheless, even getting a kill out of that. That's going to help their team garner this push.
And how about the Ray battle going on? Emmett able to get the Ray. So Emmett actually had the first Ray, and the counter Ray came out from the side of Ink Pressure, but Emmett was actually just smart enough to stay a little bit out of the range while also aiming that Stingray right at the custom jet there. So fantastic Ray play from Emmett.
They're going to be. I thought that they were getting flanked, honestly, but then it just kind of emptied out as the Piston decided to take its exit from that particular portion of the map. And now it's going to be Bad continuing on with this pressure, trying to extend their lead. They're going to have to get up to the platform first. They're going to have to not lose the initiative prior to that, but they're going to be chased down from behind. The only way to look is forward. It's a good metaphor for life, and even better strategy on Anchovy Games as they do extend their lead, if only by 8 ticks. So just like that, 48-20 on the map, 90 seconds to go. 90 seconds standing between Bad and a Game 3 chance. We'll have to see what Ink Pressure has to say about that, but honestly, they haven't looked bad at this point at all. Do pardon the pun. That was unintentional that time. You'll know when I mean it. But wait, just like that! Oh, they're so close to the lead. They can taste it, but they are stopped just at the doorstep by Bad.
Wow, so TriShaft is actually able to shark out, but the Inkjet just goes ahead and gets a tiny little splash damage is what the term I'm looking for on TriShaft. And unfortunately, that does result in a trade, but Bad is actually able to force the reset. So fantastic snipe, very timely coming in from Emmett, who now has, yet another snipe on that fan. Bad is in a fantastic position to actually make a momentum-inducing push out of this if they have the opportunity. Only 30 seconds, so they're not exactly forced to push here, but they do go 2 down, so maybe that wasn't their best interest. Emmett is going to go ahead and hold on to that Stingray, but C-Jet on Ink Pressure has a counter ray. There's the first one.
Oh, runs out at just the wrong time. That ray going to try to do some work. Those bombs looming large as well. Double splat bombs, never what you want to see. With the Rainmaker, they're going to get flanked. They'll lose the Rainmaker, and that is going to be it. Bad with some great defense. They never could garner the momentum that they needed on that platform going down towards the ramps. But yeah, that's going to be a 48-47 victory. It's by the slimmest of margins, Xylard. But they got more than the other team, and frankly, that's all that counts. An excellent effort by TriShaft, 11 splats on that NZAP. However, it will be them going to a Game 3, and especially, what a game by Emmett. Great picks at the end of the day.
Yeah, and that was play of the game right there, just saving that push. You know, Ink Pressure had a fantastic opportunity to push to 30 even, but Emmett was in the right place at the right time. Teammates had been forced to respawn, so he was just had to be in the right place to get that snipe, and snipe he did as his teammates were able to get the cleanup kill. And we are going into Zone Skipper. This is one of my favorite maps and modes. You can get some seriously weird comps here, but I don't know if we're going to get anything so bold out of either of these teams. Bad tends to run more of a traditional comp. We saw something a little bit funky out of Ink Pressure in that Game 1, so I'm curious to see how they're going to end up changing it up.
I mean, you kind of have to change up something like that if you're getting pressured out or really just picked off that easily. Emmett making themselves a force to be known, and it's kind of, I don't know if it's the same thing competitive as it is in solo queue, but my main philosophy is if they're playing a charger, you don't have to respect it until you have to respect it. And Emmett showing that, yeah, you kind of have to respect me and respect my aim, especially when you just have such naturally decent positioning on the on that top platform as they're trying to make those pushes. Really could not get anything going forward, and now Emmett making their presence known, a pretty decent backliner, and showing that this upset is not going to be nearly as easy as Ink Pressure may have anticipated. Now they're going to have to control the zones against the 9th seed in the tournament if they want to move on in winner's side as we take a look at the compositions. What's coming to you?
You know, nothing really particularly offensive here. You see Hippie just running around with that K-Rapid. So the first time we are seeing a K-Rapid in this tournament. A K-Rapid is still a very high tier weapon in my opinion. Fantastic zone control, despite the baller nerfs. Bad will go ahead and take the first zone capture as you see the specials come out and the armor coming out, forcing Bad to get pushed back. Oh, what a flick from Emmett. You have to respect his range and you have to respect his aim.
I mean, what else can you say about that? That is just, it's a continuation of what we saw in the second stanza of this 3-verse medley. And now is Bad trying to set things up and lock them out of the zone. It's so weird having to deal with zones on this map. At least someone who is just wanting desperately to be able to communicate with their teammates in solo queue, but obviously unable to do so. I mean, when you're communicating, obviously this is a different story as they're going to try to get this flank with this blaster onto Emmett, but may not be successful. They're still hanging around, and Emmett still surviving. Excuse me. Oh, what a shot by G's. They're going to get that trade, but just like that, Vinyl making their presence known. as well. And yeah, this is the danger of having to go up against someone like Vinyl, who has made their presence known throughout these past 2 games, and certainly just a deluge of blue ink coming out before them. Good luck getting in on them, especially on the center choke.
There's a disconnect on the field. We got a K52 disconnect.
My.
But before that timer reaches 30, and the timer on the zone reaches 30, and before the clock reaches 3, but they are still playing it out. So I don't know if they know what the disconnect rules are. We will see if they decide to go ahead and replay this, but it didn't look like Ink Pressure actually entirely stopped playing. They may end up having to drop the set because of that.
And that is just tragic if that is the case. I mean, a well-contested set, but yeah, it did kind of look like they had the upper hand until, well, frankly, they didn't. So yeah, that's Vinyl did lead that game with 5 splats, and again, just such a domineering performance on that front line when you have people just kind of rushing in, not mindlessly, mind you. They are communicating and they are trying to back each other up, but it was just so thoroughly dominant on the part of so what's the position here? Are they going to be leaving the room, or?
That sounds like, if it's not changing hosts, then it might sound like that set is over, which is a very anticlimactic way to end such a hotly contested set. But we got plenty of great games coming for you in the rest of this tournament. Do not fear. We will be right back.
And welcome back, folks. We are going to get right back into this tournament. As you saw last match, it ended by a score of 2-1, and that was Ink Pressure putting up a fight, but ultimately succumbing to bad. And as we are going to continue on with this tournament, Zylard, as you heard Inkfair, our producer Inkfair, talking about this match, you got verbally excited. So I'm going to let you do the introductions for this one.
All right. Well, I've played with or against every single one of the players in this set here. Requiem is a staple of that Division 1 through X area within the last year and a half, if not 2 years. Meanwhile, we have a team, a very established team in Sonder, 2 members, Synapse and Henlo, teaming up with with 2 of the newer high-level players in Billy and Rui, who have been really just improving consistently, nonstop in the last year. So I'm really curious to see how the project of Sonderchee ends up going against the well-established team of Requiem here, playing with their new recruit Cherry, who is a seasoned Splatling Nautilus 79 player.
Yeah, so it's I mean, the Nautilus 79. You see so much usage from that thing in tournaments past, and certainly in recent times as well. But yeah, as Cherry will have to make their presence known. You want to impress us? Well, it's going to be baptism by fire, kid. And if you don't like it, you can always jump overboard on the Manta Maria. So here we go for game number 1. So we're going to take a look at these compositions. Yep, that Nautilus is going to be wielded by Cherry, as you mentioned prior, Xylard. And also pretty decent back-heavy composition there for Rui.
All right, yeah, and we've got one already going down. I believe that is Max, unfortunately, going down with that K clock machine. So Sonderchee getting a very solid start on this game. Synapse in that KP2 trades with someone on the side of Requiem, but they will clear this checkpoint with relatively little opposition. They will unfortunately pay the price for it, as now Requiem gets the opportunity to push up to their bunker. Cherry playing actually technically on that backline role, but with that Nautilus you can really flex to anything. You can play frontline, you can play backline. And Requiem doing a really solid job of actually just pushing up into that top left area. But you know, it's gonna go ahead and we're gonna go ahead and have just wait to see how they fight off this. And unfortunately for them, Grape goes down in that bunker as well. So does Cherry.
Yeah, they wound up. That was Grape just overextending a little bit. They were trying to go for the play, they didn't find it, and sometimes that just happens. They'll have to be happy with those 30 splats on the board. Synapse going to take down Shady as well, so that Splattershot Jr. going to be taken out of commission just for now, and Synapse is going to get an ink armor of their own as payment. Talk about cruelty, and as they're going to reach the second checkpoint, going to take it down to 50 ticks, and certainly past that with the touch of the tower. They're going to just pile on, and they won't mind having a numbers disadvantage here, as they are going to extend their lead. It is now 56-30 on the board, as you know, you're gonna need to get some. You're gonna need to get something going if you're Requiem.
That's something I actually saw Hemlo on that K machine actually land a splashdown, and I thought the world was ending, but they did actually end up getting it. You know, everything's all right for now. The world is probably still ending, but that's okay. As they get towards that checkpoint, Hemlo actually able to scare off Requiem into that middle, so fantastic pressure coming in from Henlo as we get to check on Billy, holding on to that armor and is playing port and zap. One goes down actually in that corner on the side of Sonderchee, and they actually do end up paying the price for it. So we are in a little bit of a stalemate here, as Billy is just going to try and do damage control.
Oh, Billy at this point doing a decent job throwing those bombs over the wall. That's about what you want, especially with that tower, let's say methodically paced, kind of rolling up the hill, and you have a decent little, not stationary target, but you know exactly where it's going to go. There are no surprises. You get to get your shots in. As Cherry builds up an inkjet, we'll have to see how that is employed as the tower comes back to mid. Henlo, we see here, going to try to garner a little bit of offensive opportunity here with the soda bombs, as well as the blaster. The inkjet is going to get hunted down. Nicely picked by that charger. Rui making their presence known. Hello, right back. Talking about landing splashdowns. Xylard, sometimes lightning strikes twice.
You know, they did actually end up landing that splashdown, and that was a really smart usage of that splashdown, using it offensively and just making sure, like, okay, I know they're all here and they don't know I'm here. I'm gonna go ahead and press the special button and try and land that splashdown. And in his credit, it actually did end up working, but Hemlo actually ended up immediately going down, and Billy was just a little bit too late to stop it. So Requiem does get the 1-point lead here, but with that Booyah Bomb and the pick there, Sonderchee is in a fantastic position to take the lead again. 3 down, unfortunately. They're not able to take out Grape in that corner, trading with Synapse.
Oh my god. Synapse actually taking 4 bodies straight up. I mean, yeah, one of them was a trade, but hey, you know what? Kills are kills, and you're certainly not going to take that away from them. Billy going to just keep on going, adding to the count. And just like that is Team Green getting stonewalled. And yeah, I'm liking what I'm seeing from this side. You were talking them up before, Xylard. I'm starting to see why.
It's just unfortunate because with all that pressure, they still weren't able to get the lead with 1 point. They were so close multiple times. It's just a matter of Billy took some damage from Grape and wasn't able to get the 4 shots he needed from that end zap. And with that K-shot end zap matchup, it's not really a winning matchup in the favor of end zap. So Requiem will get the chance to go on the offensive again. They only have to defend for 5 seconds, but Grape goes down. And it is on the burden of Sonderchee to stay on this tower for this entire overtime. They have 3 specials, now 2 specials, because, you know, that splashdown. Synapse holding onto that Leah bomb, able to actually take it out now. Probably going to point it at that sub-bunker area. If Rui can stay, and Synapse can stay on the tower with those 2 walls, that's going to be huge. Rui and Synapse are not able to get the job done. So unfortunate ending for Sonderchee, but a fantastic game played by both teams.
I mean, they had to use all of their specials just to get it to that point, to be completely honest. And at that juncture, Cherry, Cherry had their Inkjet online, didn't they? They were ready and raring to go if the situation called for it, but it simply never did. And while they did certainly strut their stuff in that game, 9 splats to show for them, as well as those 2 Inkjets. I mean, you're talking about the support that was needed to even push in to begin with. Shady, 11 splats, to go along with 7 ink armors. That is how you support your team, and that's it was a mirrored performance as well from Billy. The same exact stats, just ultimately 1 tick is all it takes to make the difference. And as we go into Clan Blitz on New Albacore Hotel for our next match, Xylard, I gotta think, I mean, both frontliners were making solid positive differences for their teams, but something was just missing from Sonderchee that made the difference. And really, it was just 1 point worth of difference.
Yeah, just 1 point, but let's see how they're going to go ahead and bounce back from this. I'm curious to see how they're going to end up changing their compositions here. I don't expect a lot of changes. Probably we'll switch to that Bamboo on Albacore with that large map, but I don't expect Billy to change. Henlo, ever since that CDS nerf, I haven't really seen Henlo on anything except for that Kensa sloshing machine he's done a fantastic job with. So I don't really know what else is going to change in the composition here. And this is such a funky map with such a funky way of pushing. Anything can really happen here.
Yeah, it's the map geometry is, to say the least, interesting, is it not? Because you have those bridges that are basically just dead zones if you have the right composition, where you just can't get past midfield. You have to use those ramps, or I mean, God forbid, that ink rail. That means that you have to go all the way across the width of the map. But then you have Henlo switching over to the dually squelchers again, the triple MPU dually squelchers, and we know what the role of that is going to be, just in terms of getting picks, and certainly perhaps helping with traversing across the map, and certainly those bridges, as a power clam is going to be attained. Good usage of those clams, throwing them up to that higher ground, and they are going to get almost halfway down on those picks. Cherry trying to do their best defending with the ballpoint splat lane, but there's only so much that you can do. You have 3 squids to 2 on the map. Cherry going to get another pick there. Henlo just hanging around a little bit too long, and, well, it's not a bad start, to say the least, for Sonderchee.
Yeah, not a bad start at all, but, you know, I feel like a fool, Stu. And you want to know why? The reason why I feel like a fool is because I forgot about the Henlo Squelchies. The Henlo Squelchies are the vanilla dually squelchers, and no one plays them at any level of this game except for Henlo on this map, and not even this mode. He just plays it always on Albacore, and I'm always just like, why are you doing this, Henlo? But you know what? It works. It actually, weirdly enough, does. Did convince the team to let him play the vanilla dually squelchers on Albacore Hotel. So you know what? I'm going to give you that credit. But some really smart jump out from Shadow here with that that camo tent umbrella jumping to the beacon set by Cherry. So that's why Ballpoint is still very, very strong, especially on this map, despite the movement nerfs, especially with that beacon pressure you can provide.
Yeah, Cherry is going to try to traverse this bridge yet again, and is going to fire away, firing a few of those shots into the wall, not getting nearly what they wanted. However, going to get an assist as well as a kill on Billy. Shadow going to utilize that tent umbrella, going to try to provide their own cover as they come across and get their first barrier breakage. of this matchup as they're going around the opposite side. Shady was providing the diversion, and just like that, they're going to get a few more kills. That's going to be a not a trade. Shadow getting that pick that they wanted, but dying in the process. And just like that, Cherry is just chilling in their zone, right by the goal. 2 squids to 2 on the field and going to extend the timer just a little bit. The movement here from Cherry is a thing to behold. Might not be able to get another one, especially with the 52 down the base. How did they get a trade out of that? Cherry is just going off right now.
Oh my goodness, how was no one able to touch Cherry in that moment? That was fantastic. Fantastic movement from Ballpoint. You know, the nerf was there, but you know, it didn't look like it at all. Synapse running into a 2v1 here, unfortunately needs to back up. And now, as you see, Synapse has to pull out that Booyah and will get shredded. Actually able to get that 10 umbrella. So just luck of the draw there, but all that pressure that Sonderchee was providing in those first 2 minutes seemed to have evaporated by that push. They really have to get a semblance of, you know, team synergy and cohesion, and they have to get their special coordination back underway if they're going to go ahead and take this game.
I mean, that's kind of the tragic thing about those 2v1s and those 3v1s that wind up in trades, is that it really only takes one of you to kill them. You only really need the other 2 or the other 1 to just sort of support you in the endeavor, kind of provide a little bit of support if you do need to back up. All you really need to do is not overextend, and that is a tragedy that Shadow's going to have to live with, although it may not be all that consequential as we're down to 1 minute, and while they do get a barrier breakage, it only serves to cut down on the penalty. They do not garner any further points. It is still 76 to 44 on the board. If this holds up, Requium will be moving on by a score of 2-0 into the winners semifinal round. And Synapse going to try to prevent this from happening. Going to try to catch Cherry going across this bridge. Might not get the kill, but maybe a little worse for the wear, as Synapse is going to get picked off. And yeah, that's Max, as you mentioned before, ever prevalent with that frontline DPS dominance that they've been exerting throughout these past 2 games.
That's just unfortunate how the fall off ended up affecting Synapse that way, and maybe it was just a matter of SpecCam not really showing it in time. But Sonderchee has to play perfectly in this overtime here. They have 22 clams. That might be enough to actually take the lead. Unfortunately, as Billy goes down, so does Rui, so it is just onto Synapse, who has no way of getting through all of that. So unfortunately for Sonderchee, they will go down 2-0 to Requiem, but not without a valiant fight. It's just an unfortunate set of circumstances, and Requiem was absolutely dominant on the offensive end there.
Yeah, absolutely. All it takes is that one little push where you're all coordinated and you can get as many points on the board as you see. You saw, I mean, look at the kill count. You see Shadow with 13, Max with 13 as well. And really, Cherry's tracking with that ballpoint splatling cannot be understated. The fact that they were there to catch people coming across the bridge, and really their movement right by the goal to allow further clams to be poured in after that initial push. Those extra little bonus clams make all the difference in the world sometimes, Xylard. And I mean, it was a solid effort all in all from Sonderchee. And you saw 25 combined splats between Henlo and Synapse, not doing too poorly. Synapse with 4 Booyah Bombs as well. Just was not able to maximize their efficiency on their offensive pushes as well as Requiem was. And again, that's the difference, just that little bit of coordination, that efficiency in your callouts, and that is indeed what separates people moving on the winner's side and going into elimination bracket. Capable of doing damage down there, don't get me wrong, but you're still down there nevertheless, and that's kind of a shame.
It is kind of a shame indeed. But a fantastic set, and we actually, I believe, we do have a giveaway. Stu, would you want to go ahead and take that away?
Oh, I would absolutely love to do that. Yeah, we have ourselves a giveaway. As you know, Inkling Performance Labs, definitely want to thank everyone who are out here doing their things and letting us grow both as an organization and really as a tournament when it comes to swim or sink. So yeah, we are going to do this giveaway right now. It's going to be a sticker set, the Inkling Performance Lab sticker set. We've been giving these away for the past 2 weeks, Xylard, and people seem to like them. So if you want your chance, exclamation point giveaway to enter, you're going to want to do that. Get yourself in right now. And while we're waiting for this giveaway to commence, and you only have to do it once, so don't worry about having to do it multiple times. Leafy Chan, I see you. So you only got to do it once, I promise. So yeah, just put them in the chat, and we will be drawing the winner shortly. But until that happens, gotta say, this is our 3rd week doing this tournament, and it's we're just gonna do our little blurbs about Turf Be Told. And so this Friday, since we've got this this whole thing going on, we're trying to grow Swimmer Sync. Well, let's say you want to have a little bit more Splatoon. It's a little bit more of a wacky tournament that we have. Well, you want to prove how good you are in map control, you're going to want to check out Turf Be Told. It is Friday, September 25th. That is 2 days from now. It's a bi-monthly tournament that features Turf War only in a groups format in the single elimination top cut. So whoever judge chooses to take home this month's cash prize, it might just be up to you. So be sure to join the Turf Be Told Discord to learn more. The link is going to be put into the chat shortly. But yeah, it's a wild tournament. It's a fun tournament. And you're definitely going to want to check it out. Xylard, did you? You did not. Xylard, I swear to goodness.
Did I win?
You won.
Oh!
That doesn't count. That doesn't count. No. We're not doing that. We're not doing that. No. That can't. We can't actually have that. We can't.
No, yeah, okay. You can run it again, but you have to have the same. You have to re-enter everyone. Is that what happens? Okay, good. Okay. Run it again and exclude me from the run.
Oh my god. Well, this is why I don't even do it as a joke, because the chance of that happening is always present. But I didn't want to bring it up as a chance of jinxing. It turns out it doesn't matter. But canned soup, canned_soup. Yep, you won the giveaway. Congrats, and you got yourself some Inkling Performance Lab stickers. Enjoy those, and we are going to have a little bit of downtime before the next match, and I guess in that time, going to take we're going to go to a quick break. We're going to have a little bit of a talking to for Xylard about what it means to not win games.
I did nothing wrong.
Okay, well, we're going to have this discussion right now. Don't go away. You're watching Swimmer Sync.
All right, I need a 5-minute break. I need some water. Sorry about that.
Folks, we are back here for the third edition of Swim or Sink, presented by Inkling Performance Labs alongside Xylard. I am Stu, the announcer, and we've got ourselves quite the barn burner of a winner's semifinal matchup, Xylard. We do have the number 2 seed Dream that we were talking about earlier on in this bracket, and only dropping one game throughout this tournament as the 2 seed, this pickup of all-stars throughout the North American region. But going up against them, Xylard, is a team that is not only undefeated, but also has not dropped a single map as of yet. And it's the 11th seed in the tournament, Resistance.
And speaking of Resistance, they actually just took a clean 2-0 over the 3 seed, which is a pickup of mostly Slaughterhouse members, plus the Australian elite player Shockwave. So that is not an easy task to come back and 2-0 a team like that, especially without exactly having a lot of notoriety to your name. But Resistance is a team consisting of Splattech, Fanta Fizz, Crops, and Forge, and I don't think I recognize any of these players' IGNs. Maybe they're doing some IGN switching, but I don't recognize them at all. So Dream might be in the same boat here as well.
Yeah, I mean, Dream is quite the talented team indeed. You got Zero, NQ, and Bran, and I'm not. Look, you're just gonna have to tell me who that fourth one is. I'm sorry. I'm reading like the roster right now on the Battle 5 page.
Terra. I'm sure the Japanese characters are Terra.
Terra, there we go. Yeah, Terra. So that's nice.
And we got Terra Tent on Blackbelly. Blackbelly Zone, so very fair for it. Brand going the K Machine, and then you got Squeezer, Luna, and then double armor, double support coming in from Resistance over here.
Yeah, both the frontliners are going to be providing ink armor at such a fast pace. I mean, immediately you start thinking it's a rather defensive mindset to get into, but really, I mean, ink armor is going to help you in pretty much in every single situation, Xylard. So it kind of makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely. And Brand getting a fantastic positioning and great pick up in Resistance's court over there. And what a smart pick. Brand not really known for playing the Kensa machine, but definitely has a pocket with it. But I really dig that pick, especially here on Black Blaze Zones. I think it's such an underrated zones weapon here. People usually end up running that machine for all kinds of modes, but you might see a more traditional bucket being played on this. But Zero getting a fantastic 1v1 pick with that K-shot, reminding you this is Mr. 3000 over here. And Dream just has a dominant positioning here. And it's on the burden of Resistance to just get... just to show some resistance and take back the zone.
And it was a hard-fought battle, but that is how you do it. Brandon goes down, and just like that, they're going to take back zone and try to cut down on this penalty, but the damage seems to have been done already. And the double jump in, they're going to try to clear out some room for landing, and indeed, the impact is going to be felt on the side of Resistance, even though they do have numbers for just a little bit, and they're taking it back. I mean, Resistance is not going down easy. This is a pretty fast-paced back-and-forth matchup. Whenever you're trying to call the advantage, Xylard, immediately it's the other team taking it back, and that's what happens when you overextend Brandon, makes him pay. That's a double on the zone there from Forge.
Fantastic playing from that Luna Blaster. Terra's actually doing a great job of living within that tent, but you can't really win a 2v1 in a situation like that. Forge getting a triple, so continuing that reign of terror before getting sent back to spawn. And Dream is currently pausing the timer, might be able to take the recap back before Crops is actually getting that bubble out with that Squeezer. So Resistance will get the chance to get a little bit more ticks down on that timer, but Dream is coming back, and so is that Ray as well. But no, they're not getting any picks out of this push. In fact, they're actually going down, and Crops has the opportunity to get another lead here. If they can get another pick, that is a 3-down situation, and Q is forced to back up with that C-Jet.
And Forge going to provide that explosion off of the ballers, just give his team a little bit more room to operate, and now it's going to be Dream trying to push in on their zone. They might just lose this lead unless the Stingray has something to say about it. Gets the Luna Blaster, and they do lose the lead. Do Dream, however, it's going to be just enough to apply a penalty. So that 85 point count for Resistance could prove to loom large, as now Dream has a quite the deficit, quite the penalty to tick into here. However, not doing too poorly in doing so thus far.
Yeah, not too poorly. Unfortunately, Zero trying to just play a little bit more patiently, but Banta is all around it. And you know, they're able to get that capture back so quickly. They're able to take out Q as well. Terra is there, but Terra is backed up so far. They have to push out of their spawn. They have about 50 ticks to do it before the game ends, but only about 45 seconds left, and they have to counteract not only just that baller coming in from that Luna, will get shredded immediately. So never mind. They have an opportunity to go ahead and push in here and take back that zone as 3 go down. Situation.
Props is one of those forces that's been trying to make a difference in this matchup, and Flat Tech with the tent, gotta think, has been almost outplaying Terra thus far, and it's just showing more evidence of such there as Flat Tech going to help their team cut down into the penalty, and indeed it has expired, and they will retake and start cutting down into their count. They're going to have to retake the zone and fast. Will Dream, if they want a chance at taking this game number 1, they will not get an opportunity to do so. Resistance thus far continuing their run. They have not yet dropped a map, and now this is Dream, the second seed in this tournament, taking a shot straight to the dome by the hands of Resistance. 27 combined splats between the top 2 forces on that front line. And wow, that is a map number 1 to remember. And yeah, this best of 5 clip just got a little bit more interesting, Xylard.
Oh, not just a little bit more interesting. How about the quote-unquote unknowns taking it to the number 2 seed? Very, and this is not just any number 2 seed. These are decorated veterans, top of the top in the Western scene here. And they're reeling just a little bit from this, but they get the opportunity to switch it up, go to tower control, and we did notice that other than really Zero and Terra, Q and Brand were a little bit out of their natural element, and I don't doubt either of their ability to play the weapons that they did, but it's definitely not their strongest, not the one that they prefer to play, especially not on a map like Zone's Black Veil, so maybe they'll get the opportunity to here on tower control Starfish. So let's see how they end up adapting, what they end up choosing to go to. I noticed in that last game, Brand had a lot of engagements where just unable to have the ink to actually win the engagement. So it just didn't end up working out in his favor. I think if Dream had a little bit more time and a little bit more comm coordination, they would have definitely taken that game 1. But just they weren't able to paint the zone at the right time, and Resistance was just kept the momentum going with the comp that they ended up going with.
It just kind of makes you wonder. It was a bit of a synergistic nightmare from Dream, wasn't it? Resistance able to take advantage of that, and Dream looking just a little disjointed at times. Splattech is the only individual on which we are waiting, and they confirm that they're ready, and just like that, the box is locked, the lights are on. It's tower control fighting time, as we are going to the main stage for game number 2, and maybe just a little bit more range in these compositions here, as we see a Squiffer, a decent little midline weapon, and the Nautilus again going to have to be the de facto backliners. So we take a look at these compositions. Maybe range wasn't the call here for this, as Resistance is providing a lot of frontline firepower.
Oh yeah, and that Squeezer has actually ended up switching. I believe they had the double. I think the Squeezer ending up switching up to a K-shot here. Zero with that Nautilus able to get the flank and the trade in that situation, and Q with the Squiffer unfortunately goes down, and so does one more. So Terra is forced to back up with that armor. And I think Resistance knows that Terra is aggressively backing up, so they want to chase. They don't want Terra to get that armor off, but I think Terra may have actually ended up jumping back and choosing to let him regroup with it.
And that's the T-Tech with the, excuse me, not the T-Tech, the K-Shot with the special as well, kind of looming in the background, as they are going to push in and take the lead. That's going to be 38 points on the board, 28, pardon me, as Brand provides that splashdown, giving just a little bit more space for their team and trying to continue their push, trying to expand on this 18-point lead, this 18-point count that they have garnered. Q with the Inkjet taking names, and they only have two squids on the field compared to the opposition's two, but that is how you try to stall out a push. We're almost successful, but really only now are they able to make it to this checkpoint and potentially retake the lead. They'll be denied that by the slimmest of margins, Zyler.
And this isn't really much of a lead here. In fact, as Dream is actually getting the opportunity to push in, Zero getting a fantastic triple kill, so it is just the Junior left on the side of Resistance here as Q is able to clear that checkpoint. Wow, what a bold move from that Junior, going straight for the tower, saying no, this push is ending right here. But Dream is able to capitalize and go ahead and push up pretty strongly as they get a 3v2 situation in their favor onto that second checkpoint.
Yeah, Dream deciding to go hunting into spawn with that Inkjet and paid dividends. Nice little shot there with the Squiffer, making this thing work. I mean, it's a midline weapon that you have to charge. You would think that that's a little counterintuitive towards success, but they're going to get just another Inkjet and a shot straight to the face. Get yourself a double kid as Crops goes down, and it meets the end of that nice little run there, courtesy of the Splat Bomb upon landing. But man, wow, Q making their presence known in this match number 2. And they take the counter down to 76 points on the board in favor of the 2 seed.
What a call there by my co-caster Stu. Really more of a stalemate. Actually, Dream goes down 2. Q is forced to back up. So is Zero. So the dynamic duo there with the same supporting kit, not the same main weapon. Actually, I've never really seen that be executed. This is the first time I actually get to see a fresh Squiffer be used in tandem with the Nautilus 79. But it seems to be working out quite well. Unfortunately, for Zero, his Inkjet landing gets camped by a suction bomb. So, wow, this is just a lot of action going on here. Resistance is showing no signs of slowing down, and with a comp like that, they don't exactly get the opportunity to slow down. I swear that could have been a direct. Not the case, as that armor saves Q's landing, but that Lunar Blaster is just in such a strong position. Despite all that aggressiveness, Resistance isn't able to clear that checkpoint.
I mean, look, this is just a straight-up positional advantage that we're seeing here from Dream. I mean, they could not... Resistance, yeah, they were putting down a lot of ink, and yet that line was not moving. It was them, it was Dream utilizing the distance advantage that they're garnered by the Squiffer and the Nautilus. That is a weird sentence to say, I have to say, but at the same time, it kind of makes sense. You're the ones that have the longest range on the field, even with those 2 weapons kind of being your de facto hit machines, but Q is taking full advantage of their shots, not missing. It is quite the broad range that the Squiffer gives you, admittedly. And now as they're going to push this forward one final time, will Resistance going to try to take this to a 2-0 series lead, but the suction bombs may prove to be just a little too powerful. Crops does not have the range to negotiate unless they utilize the 10 missiles, which they'll do so here, trying to get past this first checkpoint. They're going to need more than that as the shots rain in from above. Crops trying to do everything they can to keep this push going. They are past the checkpoint finally, and there's a lot of moves being made, but Q on the Inkjet. I mean, how large have they loomed? The shadow of the Inkjet is the last thing that Resistance sees as they get splatted, and the tower is retaken. The Dream is still alive, and it's tied at 1.
It is tied at 1. And what a call. I always want you to be ending these games because you have the best metaphors to end these games, but nothing quite like shadow looming large of the Inkjet, and that is just an apt way of describing exactly how futile that push ended up being. And shout out to the patience of Dream. Just wait for that tower to just move into a better angle so that all of them, with their positional advantage, we're going to be able to just freely take that tower back. It doesn't have to be a rush to the tower in that overtime. You just take a breath and play smart and calm just like Dream did, and you will hold on to your lead. And just like that, Dream is able to take it back and even up the series at 1-1. But this is a best of 5, so both teams will have to win 2 more to take the set and move on to winners finals.
Okay.
So semifinals now, and then we're moving on to winners finals.
Yeah, Xylard, I want to point something out real fast before we get into this game number 3, Clan Blitz. On Piranha Pit, which is going to be a mess in its own right. The good kind, I assure you. 6 Inkjets.
Oh, wow.
That's what Q got. And obviously, Terra did great with their support, providing 8 ink armors, definitely helping some of those pushes, including that one around the midpoint of the match where they wound up getting to that 76-point count. But yeah, 6 Inkjets, 17 splats. And not all of those were with the Inkjet. We saw those picks coming in on the opposition's high ground with the Squiffer and helping that push to begin with, as it was people like Brandon and Terra standing on the tower and providing coverage around the tower for themselves. But yeah, that's what Q provided for their team in that game number 2. It always, the saying rings true, Xylard. 4 players will always lose to one team, but never underestimate the importance of individual flair, Xylard, to making the Dream's goals tangible and indeed achievable.
Definitely tangible and achievable. We're moving as we move on into that Clan Blitz Piranha Pit game 3. I'm just wondering if Resistance is going to go ahead and rethink their strategy of just going complete forward, cojones to the wall, lack of range, and clearly they do not, as they end up switching back to that foil squeezer and against a sloshing machine. So opting to drop the Luna in the K-shot for something that's going to work more in their favor. And what a fall-off kill.
Wow.
And the Fizz there with that end zap. Unfortunately gets taken out by Terra on that permanent ink rush. So really interesting change from Dream as well. I should have pointed that out originally. Going from a fresh Squiffer to a Squiffer with a baller and a Tri-Saucer and a permanent ink brush. So their MO here is going to be pump out armors.
Yeah, permanent ink brush. That is an interesting choice of weapon. Now, obviously, it's not a bad pick, and you're seeing quite a bit of usage for the. Just obviously because ink brush isn't necessarily a poor weapon, gives you a lot of speed, obviously, and it can build up ink armor about as fast as any weapon in the game, if not the fastest, Xylard. But Q, excuse me, no, we interrupt that analysis for a couple of Q picks on the Charger, and that is a sight to behold. They will get the barrier breakage 0 on the Inkjet. Again, that individual flare coming through and looming large for Dream.
And you might look at this Dream comp and think, oh, Dream is getting a little cutesy, but they are not getting cutesy. Terra is absolutely everywhere, allowing him to get a couple of. I think that might be Bran on the perm brush and Terra on the Tri-Slosh. Whoever it is, that perm brush doing sincere work, is running around the map. They're giving Resistance fits, but a 2v3 situation going down, as even though Dream has just already pushed, they're still pushing back Resistance no matter what.
Now is Forge going to continue on this onslaught that Resistance is providing with the benefit of numbers on the map. and getting these individual kills. It takes a team, doesn't it, as Crop's going to collect this deluge of clams, going to provide a power clam for themselves with the maps at the goal and getting the barrier breakage. Q eventually putting out the fire, but they're going to have to get this pick, and indeed they do. That's a huge shot from Q.
Fantastic shot indeed. Holding on to that baller, just trying to get a little bit more paint on the floor and better positioning. And one thing you got to point out with the composition like this is Zero is getting to trade with that end zap. This composition can paint like crazy. Oh, what a baller! And a double splat is dropping in from above, from the heavens, as Q is able to get a free path to the goal as Resistance unfortunately receives a full wipe.
Yeah, Brandon trying to come in. Forge says, "You don't know what this bucket can do. Allow me to show you." And yeah, they've been coming through with these kills, and gotta say, it's been nothing short of impressive. Trying to get that flank in with that permanent ink brush will not succeed. Oh, but the splashdown maybe just a little too trepidous, especially in the face of Zero, who winds up taking out Fanta as well. Midfield control being taken by Dream, and perhaps a chance for a push here. If they can get numbers, the Squeezer will be taken out of commission, if only on a temporary basis, as they are continuing that push, and the power clamp getting awful close to goal, and indeed will be put in. Ooh, wow, and what a pick by Q on Fanta. They had no chance there.
Scorpion gameplay is just so aesthetically pleasing to watch when it's done right. When you got someone just completely on fire, every second and a half is just, wow, that game is over.
They took their eye off of the basket, and what happens there? You got a drive coming in through the lane, and you got LeBron James putting up a YouTube clip right on top of your head. That is going to be the game. Brandon coming through with that tri-slosher, 17 kills to go along with those 3 ink armors. And yeah, impressive stuff from Dream as they go up by a score of 2-1 as we're taking this to Rainmaker on Manta Maria. I can only imagine that the methodical pushing of the line from of Dream is going to pay dividends on this mode as well, even though obviously do have to be just a little bit quicker when it comes to pushing the pace of objectives.
Yeah, just a little bit more patient and really just a little bit more heads-up awareness coming in from Resistance would go a long way. But a big map, especially one that favors a composition that can paint like crazy, that Dream ended up pulling out. Like a big map like Piranha Pit is going to work in Dream's favor, especially when you got those ballers dropping in from the conveyor getting double kills like you. But we're moving on into Game 4 as Rainmaker and Manta Maria. So Resistance will have to bring together some of that magic to avoid elimination here. And if they do, then they still have that Game 5 looming down on them. But if they're able to conquer this beast, they will be moving on to winners finals if they get that opportunity. But they've shown some insane talent just in this small showing that we've seen from them today. Yeah,
and as we are going to continue on with this set, it's been maybe it took that game number 1 for Dream to kind of settle down and realize, like, hey, we're still in the middle of this thing. We're not invincible, and they kind of just laid our flaws bare. Wasn't a knockout victory, but Dream, I feel like they've kind of settled down. Maybe they're ready to take this game number 4. Then again, Resistance, well, their name being fitting, let's say that, Zyler, providing a little bit of pushback on that front, and perhaps the aggression that they were so willing to show in terms of pushing into the zone on splat zones may just well pay dividends on Rainmaker as well, especially on Manta Maria.
Oh yeah, and they might even actually opt for a much more aggressive comp like we saw from them in Game 2, especially considering the nature of Rainmaker. And the thing about Resistance is they've been okay just going with a range, with their longest range weapon being freaking K-shot. So we might see that from them. Their double armor composition has been working out quite well in their favor. So I think we're just waiting on Fanta Fizz, who was the one running that foil squeezer last game. So maybe we might see a change to that as well.
Yeah, so my question is this, as we are going to get into this battle, if they are going to utilize those frontline weapons to really aggressively push this objective, try to get the quick KO victory, or at the very least, garner themselves a quick scoreboard advantage, I'm not really sure how you do that and not get outranged, and that is indeed going to be the case. The squeezer going to be prevalent yet again from Crops, and the same sort of fragging potential, especially when you have Fanta looming large as they very well may with that inkjet of the T-Tech. I'm not really sure how you deal with the potential range of the really just like the, no, wait. Okay, that's how you do it. Okay, that's cool. That's nice. Thanks for answering my question. Jeez.
So apparently this is Crops' first tourney, and I would not believe that for a single second, seeing a fall-off kill like that. And it's not like, the traditional, look up to the sky fall-off, but that is, an extremely high caliber of skill splat right there, as, Brand thought he was safe. He was not safe. Not even for a second.
Brandon got victimized, straight up. That was not supposed to happen. Hugh going to try to push back onto this, this frontline weapon with the baller and chase them off of the high ground. That is going to be key for Dream in this game number 3. But, game number 4, excuse me. But it's still just a very methodical push coming in. They'll only get 47 points onto the board for themselves before Dream are able to take this back and start a push of their own. They're going to take this shortcut across the gap and will be stopped there, but it's still closer than you were prior, and you took advantage of that. Okay, that's a weird trade, but still closer than you were prior. You have to take that, and now it's you're putting the onus onto Resistance to try to reposition themselves on this map and retake midfield.
And retake midfield, but I think, they do have the problem of paint, and that's something that's really worked in Dream's favor this entire set, barring that game 1. But unfortunately, Crops goes down, gets called out on that bunker. He was in a really strong position. No one can really touch her right now with Crops off the field. Getting that baller frame perfect, 1 second later, wasn't going to survive that. Able to get that punish on the jump in as well. 3 down as Fanta is forced to respawn in, and they're getting a free push really at 32, but Fanta is doing a good job of calling that out as well. Forge is left as the last one, able to survive that splashdown, but with 3 Dream members looking directly at him, not going to do much with it.
Oh man, that's not how this ends, is it? I mean, these individual picks coming through so large, and it's 2-2 on the map, and Forge has to provide pressure onto this barrier, and you guess you got to clean up the stragglers first, don't you? So now they have the daunting task of taking over mid, but with how fast this match has been going, Xylard, we might just be seeing that in about 10 seconds.
Oh, yeah.
Never mind. They took their eye off of the ball, and Dream won.
So that's where the experience in high-level play is actually going to come and bite Resistance in the butt there, but extremely valiant effort coming in from Resistance, and shout out to Crops' first tourney, getting 8 frags in that final game, but Dream will move on to winners finals, most likely, if not already, going to end up playing BlackPink, which is made up from members previously known from FT Win. Yes, BlackPink does take Rio over Requiem, moving on to that winners finals. So next up, we will actually get winners finals, but I believe we have. Oh, no, never mind. We do not have what I was about to announce. That will be waiting after winners finals.
Yeah, I mean, what we have in front of us is a heck of a matchup, if we're being completely honest. Requiem doing a decent job to get there, but then you're talking about BlackPink, the defending bracket champions, coming through pretty much the same roster and taking down Requiem, who we saw kind of run rampant on the on the prior teams. So, yeah, as BlackPink is going to be making yet another appearance in Winners Final, and last week doing so at the expense of I believe it was Supernova before taking down Gur. Remember that pickup that included a lot of the members of Sayonara, but it was it's going to be a pretty hectic one. That's all. That's the only word that's really coming to my mind, because BlackPink looked so dominant throughout the proceedings of the prior tournament, and then going into this best of 5. Yeah, they're looking just as unstoppable as prior. Have not dropped a single map throughout this tournament. Dream getting caught off guard just a little bit by Resistance, perhaps exposing some flaws in the Dream, and it might just be dragged back into reality by the defending champions.
Absolutely. So this has been an absolute pleasure to cast Swimmer Sync 3 yet again with you, Stu. Unfortunately for me, this will be my time to sign off, as the great Atrocities will be taking over for me. So thank you to the stream, thank you to you, Stu, thank you to our stream runner, Inky, and thank you once again to IPL for giving me this opportunity. I've been Zillard, and I will be signing off.
Absolutely. Zillard is an absolute genius when it comes to this casting stuff, so definitely give them the follow. You see their social media stuff on the screen, and we will be right back. Atrocities, and thank you, Zillard, for showing me how to pronounce it, apparently. So, Astro is coming on. Don't go away. You're watching Swimmer Sing right here on twitch.tv/IPL Splatoon. Folks, it has been a wild tournament thus far, but we are only just getting started. If you have seen the Swimmer Sing tournaments over the past 2 weeks here on twitch.tv/IPL Splatoon, you know the crazy stuff always happens on the back half. And when we have crazy stuff happens, you need crazy people on the mic to do it. Luckily, we have the one, the only Astro on the mic at Atrocities. Thank you for joining us.
It's a pleasure. It's a pleasure. Thank you for commentating in my event, actually, as well. I'm not that crazy.
I mean, that's why they have me on, to make you look less so in comparison. That was kind of the unspoken thing.
I see.
Yeah. But hey, you know what? I play my role, you play yours, and it's all well and good. But as we're kicking it on the mic, maybe taking it back to the days of the laboratory, it's all well and good. Except we get to do it for the top talent in North America, and that is about what we're going to see here, isn't it? Atrocities, Dream versus BlackPink.
Yeah, this is the matchup that we've really been waiting for all tournament. BlackPink, of course, are last week's winners. Essentially, kind of, it's a pickup made up of mostly FT Win members. Basically current and former FT Win members, I guess is a better way to put it. And Dream, on the other hand, also pretty stacked themselves. They have Zero, Q from Sayonara, they have Terra, they have Bran, all some of the best players in the scene. So this is going to be one of the best matches, I think, that we're going to see all tournament. And here we go. We are going to go ahead and get started on tower control on the Reef.
Yeah, and the Reef, obviously it's one of those things where you're trying to get the high ground, but the priority is on the low ground. Which one do you prioritize? You got to get yourself down there somewhere, but then again, the positional advantage that bridge provides, it cannot be understated, and certainly you're going to want to be taking advantage of that. And right in the tower as well, if you are that remix, going to get taken down eventually. However, Q, yeah, you miss them? Well, guess what? They're back. and they have the charger. The line of sight, in order to prove it, this baller is going to provide just a little bit of room for themselves, but they're still going to get rushed down. And yeah, Chuck is just as good as ever. They will be taken down by the Inkjet, but this is a nice little start here from Dream. I'm liking what I'm seeing, and certainly they're liking what they're seeing on the board. That's 62 points already.
Yeah, all the way to 38 and beyond now, almost to 30, getting close to that next checkpoint. That last checkpoint is going to be the most difficult. They're already past the first two. You know, really a roaring start here for Dream. It's kind of a little surprising to see BlackPink kind of off to such a slow start, I guess you could say, but on this map, you know, things can change very, very quickly with just one large push. Oh!
Wow. Q has been on fire this entire night. Biscuit trying to stop this push forward with the Inkjet. However, they're gonna land right into the throes of that suction bomb, and it's a 2-to-1 advantage now on the map for Dream. They're going to have to suffice with trades. Brand doing their part as Zero comes through with the Inkjet as well. Going to have to land on the tower and retake the point advantage, but gets yet another pick on the map. Mami-chan, I'm only going to assume that's how it's pronounced. And yeah, they simply are not stopping. The Dream refusing to go down without a fight is even as close to their spawn as they were.
See right now the backline on the side of BlackPink just trying to establish a little bit of control over that top bridge. So on this map, especially in slower modes like this, as we see a nice pick right there from the Inkjet, the tower, or the bridge, sorry, is actually going to be really, really important to hold through this first checkpoint. Once they get past this first checkpoint, then it becomes a little bit more difficult, and the team has to, like they are, take over this whole left side of the map, and they're doing so spectacularly. So just like that, now BlackPink are all the way back past 50, down to 45, possibly past this checkpoint. It does stall at 41, however, but they still have a push going, and now they're going to get past this checkpoint, and that is going to make all the difference. This game is as close as it gets now.
And now, yeah, you saw the call on the tower. Someone needs to get up there. Mami-chan is trying to get the opposition off. Terra going to provide just a little bit more ink coverage. However, yeah, you got to be wary of those flanks, especially with the bombs. Eventually makes Mami-chan pay for just a little bit of an overextension. It is awful close when it comes to that the score, but even closer when you realize that they're past that second checkpoint. Nothing is really preventing them from taking the lead right away, except for maybe they just get stalled out on one of the higher platforms.
Yeah, that being said, the last checkpoint is the hardest to push through. If you push through the last checkpoint on this match, you've almost 100% gotten yourself the win. Both teams are going to find themselves stalling out quite a bit in the 20s here on that third checkpoint, and we're going to see BlackPink once again trying to put another push off the Inkjet, once again coming out from Biscuit. You know, he pops an awful lot of those. What is Nautilus, a 180 charge Inkjet? Something like that.
It might as well be, honestly. It's the thing is that we've been seeing it so often. I wouldn't be shocked if he just went into the game code and made it 120. That splashdown is going to come out, and yeah, you're going to get picked off in the middle of the air, especially on a 2v1. Perhaps a panic option, but you know, it's an option nonetheless. You only you miss 100% of the shots you don't take, and Zero, no stranger to taking those shots. Biscuit, however, waiting for the landing and is going to try to shut the door on this potential push opportunity that they're providing. Numbers on the field will not matter. They do take the tower, and they have to make this push now. They need the picks in order to do it. They will not get them. They will be absolutely wiped. Brandon making sure that is the case, and that is game number 1 to Team Green. That is an impressive performance there from Dream as they win it by a score of 77-71.
Yeah, that initial push was just so strong, and really the entire rest of the match, BlackPink was essentially playing catch-up. They had special advantage, but they just hit that final checkpoint a little bit harder, and the wall was just a little bit greater for them to climb, and unfortunately, while Zero did get a couple really key picks, it just wasn't quite enough because Dream got the picks everywhere else at the same time, so unfortunately for them, they are going to lose the first match of the set, but this is a best of 5, and we are headed next to Clam Blitz on Skipper Pavilion, a much larger map.
Yeah, so I will say this. I would definitely appreciate it, to say the least, if Kyo could change their name back, because saying Mami-chan is just a little weird. But they were also really not able to exert the usual amount of dominance that they usually get on those maps, especially as you're pushing forward with that sloshing machine, basically the effects of a blaster onto a slosher's trajectory. And yeah, they didn't get the opportunity to do so. Meanwhile, that was Brandon leading their team in kills with 15 splats, along with 7 Tenta missiles, and that really can't be emphasized enough, can it? The ability to push Ice away from any sort of potential picks and away from any sort of opportunity, any middle ground really, to get them into a more exposed position. But then also you had Terra with 13 splats of their own to go along with 9 Ink Armors, assisting with those pushes and really helping out with the pushes early on that helped really kind of disorient BlackPink, and it took them a little bit slower to get into the match. Never really found their footing until the very end of the midpoint portion of the match, around the 2-minute mark.
And that being said, we are headed to the next match now as we go ahead and get started with it. This map, it's so huge. It's just absolutely massive. And while we are in a very fast-paced mode, teams really have to go so far that it really changes the game. You could go the short way, or you could go the long way, you could go every way in between. This map is just so spread out that teams themselves have to be a little bit more prepared for that.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's the compositions that kind of reflect it as well. It's you see Ice on the Jet Squelcher and gonna get a Stingray already. You know, there's not a whole lot of things in this game that have more range than a Stingray, so, you know, might as well just main that thing. This is going to be an approach onto the pier that's going to result in a trade Kyo with the slosher. The slosher is going to get taken down as well. 3-2 on the map. Only just now are BlackPink going to get a fully revived squad, as the field just covered with orange, and that's a lot of space to cover up, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, neither team with a lot of plans. We have 16 here on the side of Dream, and absolutely none on the side of BlackPink, as we see him get bumped off the map, so that's another, you know, that counts as a pick. Let's count it as a pick.
They caused the kill.
Yeah. But the Ray coming out in response, that's 2 down actually on the side of Dream, make that 3. So still no push, not even any sort of semblance of a push, and we're really, what is it, a minute and a half into this match, both teams just being slowed down so much.
I mean, it's not even that they're being slowed down, it's just the fact that they have so much ground to cover, you know? Like, think about how much longer game of football would be if you had to go an entire mile for the touchdown. This is kind of what you're doing. Finally, you're going to get that spike in the end zone. It's going to be the first points garnered here, and it will come at the expense of Dream. BlackPink doing some work, and as Q tries to get this pushback with the burst bomb launcher, remaining stalwart at the goal line, not putting any more points on the board, or allowing any more points, excuse me, our Dream. However, can't be stated enough that they did get scored on first. However, yeah, you never want to count out Q, especially when they're in your line of sight.
Well, not just that. You know, they did get scored on first, yes, but in Clam Blitz in general, if the other team only puts one tower clam in, and that's really all they get out of their push, all they're essentially doing is giving you a free pity clam to push back with, because as long as you throw in one small clam with it, you've got the lead. It's really that fragile. That being said, though, Dream is going to have an awful long way to go to get to the basket, and right now they don't really have the advantage. Man advantage just seems to continuously, a little bit more often than not, be in the favor of BlackPink, and it's really playing to their advantage. They're mostly playing on the side of Dream's map. And oh! A nice slasher pick right there to finish off, and that's 3 down, possibly 4, possibly more, as you get the jump out, and maybe even a push as the baller comes out. That's enough clams for a power clam. The Ray comes out, but it's not quite enough as the baller does get shredded, and that is going to be essentially a nice push stop for Dream, so they are staying in this match for the time being.
The Bamboozler doing the job on defense, Astro, as they are going to try to make their way back into this matchup as the opposition comes up the ramp and indeed proves to be effective on the lower ground. That's a power clam is going to be dumped in, just taking their eye off of the ball, both proverbially and literally. That's going to make Dream pay just a little bit. Gets the splat on Kyo, but that is little consolation, Astro, compared to what we just saw. That was a well-coordinated push coming in from both angles. And, you know, having a good push doesn't mean everyone comes in at the same angle. It just means got to converge at the same time. The logistics of it, very tricky, but with enough practice, it's all doable, isn't it?
Yeah, you know, actually, to elaborate on that a bit, essentially, more often than not, they're not actually coming in from the same direction. You know, they're all converging, creating pincers and working together to create different multiple angles of pressure and angles of attack on different parts of the map at all times. As long as you can kind of get the upper hand, you kind of have the positioning advantage, and that's really how positioning in this game works, because everything moves so quickly that you're constantly moving and you can't really stay too stationary. You know, aside, I guess it's a situational thing. Of course, there are more stationary weapons, but for the most part, especially on a map like this, staying stationary is the very last thing that you want to do. Dream right here are going to go ahead and get 1 pick and possibly more of the specials coming out. Make that 2, but that's 2 down on either side. So this essentially is going to be a stop as Dream gets completely wiped. A stop with Stingray coming out, but the game is already over.
Oh, and that is the response that you wanted, BlackPink. What a way to fire back indeed, and that is going to be a 50-0 count to end it off. And yes, the offensive measures were impressive, but what else can you say? That is a lot of work to put in on such a large map. Biscuit, and it was, excuse me, I believe it was Biscuit. I didn't see the last name, but they were combining for 24 splats. That's how you do it. I mean, it took a lot of effort to do what seems like a minimal amount, but when you're talking about a map that big where the goal is so hard to get to, the points count for that much more, Astro.
Yeah, very seldom do we ever see a team win 50 and the other team score absolutely nothing. It just does not happen in this game very often. You know, it makes me wonder, because of how spread out that map really was, if maybe, what was it, a K-shot that Brand was playing? That might have been the difference maker, because the missiles on that weapon, you know, with the map being as large and spread out as it is, missiles aren't necessarily all the time going to be quite as effective when you can't push as fast through, and I think that was all the difference maker that they really needed in that map. Maybe it's just not Dream's best map. Maybe they have a little bit of work to do there, and if that's the case, then you know, they're probably going to get to work very, very soon to iron those things out. But different teams are always going to have best maps and worst maps. You're not always going to be the best at every single thing that you do. And maybe it was a fluke. We don't know. Dream is one of the best teams in this tournament. We have our top 2 seeds playing each other right now.
I mean, no, there's no doubt in anyone's mind that Dream is one of the best teams in this tournament, and their presence in Winners Finals exemplifies that. Certainly paying faith to the, or certainly giving credence to the faith that the seeding born in them. However, the end of the day, you are talking about the defending bracket champions, and certainly a collection of some of the best players in North America on the best team in North America, FT Win. And while it was not officially FT Win, they sure did claim it on their Twitter, didn't they, Astro? So
yeah,
something to say about that as we try to make it rain on Snapper Canal. Taking a look at the comps, what are you noticing?
It really does not surprise me to see the Jet coming out on both sides. This mode is really, really fast to begin with. This map in general can also be incredibly fast, so it makes sense that they'd want to slow down the game just a little bit. The Ray coming out already on the side of Dream. They're pushing to 59. Now, this isn't a very large lead by any means, especially not on this map. But they still have the Rainmaker, and that's 2 down on the side of BlackPink, so it's very possible they could get just a little bit more out of it, but no, they're going to drop down right here from that ledge and do a little bit of cleanup, possibly get that triple, and essentially they get a full wipe to keep themselves in the game and very effectively at that. They're only down by, 40 points at the moment.
Yeah, and the fact that, the Jet Squelcher on this map seems to be such a good pick, just in theory, because, yeah, you want that range, and, well, you pick the right weapon for range if you're playing Jet Squelcher. Maybe you're giving up a little bit in terms of damage or firepower or whatever, but, you're still providing yourself a lot of mobility, and when you're on defense, you definitely want to have that strafing ability to get back and forth from potential point to, or potential area of contention to the next. But as Terra is going to break this barrier and try to get this out of their zone, as a 65-point lead has already been garnered by BlackPink, they're going to be pushed back even further. This junior is not able to contend, and they're going to have to reset this thing if they want to stand a chance. However, yeah, that's not the best position in the world to try to grab it and continue the push, but it's still a very nice lead for BlackPink, as they have garnered 69 points.
Well, if Dream puts together a really effective push through that side of the map, they'll essentially score very similar points just by getting it over that ledge. Essentially down to probably 35 just getting it over that ledge alone. And that's why you saw they were so adamant about getting those few extra points and pushing it just a little bit further, right? Because at that part of the map, it really does count. Every few points really does make a difference. How far you can push it into that bottleneck there. And they did a really, really good job getting it all the way to 31. But right now, it looks like Dream have the upper hand, and they're going to go ahead and try to do exactly the same thing, but they're going to run into a wall. Biscuit is going to say no on that Nautilus, and he's going to play a little bit of guard right here. His team is 1 down, but that's not going to stay for long. Make that 2 down, actually. I stand corrected.
Oh, and that is a rough situation to be in. And yeah, immediately you're going to get that barrier breakage, and Dream is going to have an opportunity to come forward, perhaps get more picks here. 3-3 on the map, and you're going to make it even numbers yet again, as that was a trade that happened just off the screen. The Stingray is going to hunt down the objective and going to try to quash any ideas of potential spoiling of this lead that BlackPink have garnered. However, decent defense set up. You get Terra hanging out on the high ground. As we're taking a look here, they're gonna deploy the Ink Armor and try to take advantage of this as the Rainmaker gets reset. We're seeing a lot of contesting of the midfield here, Astro, and really, you got to get these picks if you want to make that field yours.
At the moment, there's kind of a neutral right here in mid, and it hasn't really moved anywhere. We see the Rays coming out, the Armors coming out, so the Specials are going to make every bit of a difference in this push. And we see, Dream actually getting 2, but possibly going down right here if they're not careful.
Wait, they got to pick off the high ground. This could be it here if they're not careful. Zero gonna try to get this pick on the high ground with the Inkjet. This could come down to their effectiveness, and they barely are not able to get it. Zero not able to chase them down in time, as the Rainmaker, as you saw, went just away from the Inkjet, and were not able to get the angle for the proper shots, and they will have to get this push here. Terra may well be the key to doing so, as they BlackPink, as we are counting down the seconds, Astro. This is crucial that they get midfield advantage and certainly are able to continue this push. They may have the numbers here if they play it right. We're down to the last 10 seconds. We're going to try this push and quash any resistance coming in from the left side. However, the Stingray could loom just a little large, and certainly so does the Tri-Slosher. Can't do a whole lot about that. The slower movement of the Rainmaker going to come back to bite them, and it was just by 2 points, Astro. But nevertheless, it is BlackPink coming out on top and getting a 2-1 advantage into game number 4.
That was phenomenal defense by BlackPink. I don't think I've seen a defensive stop that effective in a while. You know, there's not a whole lot of situations where resetting the Rainmaker from your side is the best scenario. But when they are so set up on defense and they have the GG Ray waiting, it made the perfect situation with, 15 seconds left? Something like that. For them to just reset the Rainmaker so that once Dream picked it up, the Ray was in their face and they couldn't use their man advantage to their advantage. And it actually it was a very well executed play, and they came away with the win just because they put together a push that just gave them those few extra points. You know, on that map, like I was saying earlier, just get those few extra points and it can make all the difference. And this time it did, as they only won by 2. But that being said, we are going to go ahead and switch to our next map mode. It's going to be Splat Zones on Sturgeon Shipyard. What can you tell me about this, Stu?
I mean, Sturgeon Shipyard in general, I mean, what can you say? You have that higher splat zone. You're probably going to be leaning a lot on Keo for this matchup, just to make sure that no one's even trying to get into the zone. And your whole offense, I would imagine, would be surrounding Keo. And certainly when you have someone like Ice, the quality of a backliner that they are, they're going to provide whatever support they possibly can from that sniper's nest. Really, whichever side they choose to go on may well be how Dream chooses to counterpunch. And as we go in to this game number 4, just one little quick note on that last match. Keo led the side with 9 kills in their victory, and certainly stopping that last push. But yeah, that was 15 splats coming out from the backliner of the opposition as well. So you just never know. Doesn't always matter how much you frag if you cannot get the objective secured, and we'll have to leave that in the past as we look towards the future. This game number 4 could very well determine our winner's side qualificants into grands, as an early advantage is garnered by the team in purple. That is Dream.
Yeah,
but
you know,
just like that, it changes.
I can't preach this enough. Kills really aren't the most important part of this game. Playing together with your team, moving with your team. If you play really well with your team in general, the picks will come, whether they're to you or to somebody else. Assists are far more important, and I don't really think that I can stress that enough. We see a nice little counter push right here. I think I'm really going to call it here. I think once Q sets up on the opposing spinner, I'm going to make the call right here, right now. Once Q gets set up, I think this match is going to be over, because I think that she's going to just take so much control with that charger on the other spinner, as long as she's not going down on her own right there, that she's actually going to buy just a little bit long enough of a push that I'm going to call it. I don't think BlackPink is going to win this match.
Oh, wow. But just as you say that, yeah, Brandon coming through, and that is going to be that Nautilus. Just, yeah, that's never a good feeling, is it, when you lose a trade like that, especially on the lowest of low grounds. These two sides kind of trading jabs. They have not really been able to get that haymaker shot off, really not allowing themselves the opportunity, as the burst bombs are going to come in from Ice, as Ice is driven off of the high ground, going to try to re-establish themselves here, get some of these picks. Not going to be able to find Q, who super jumps out. now it's a race to get the lead back as BlackPink. With Kyo on the brush. We can talk about that if you'd like, Astro. Kyo on brush.
Yeah, of course. It's actually not something that I haven't seen before. Brush Nouveau, it's very clear the way that they're placing the mines right there, that they're trying to do something with it. I mean, that's a tactical pick right there with the team, but I have seen him play Brush before. It's been talked about by him before in the past, so it's really not too much of a surprise to me. It is not a new weapon to him in that sense, but man, Ice right here pulling off some tricky shots, forcing a really nice situation, a nice shot right there on the snipe to start clearing out their back half of the map, and here we go with the baller coming all the way around.
Kyo, that was just rude, my guy, but still gets chased off, and Q, no slouch with the scope themselves, giving themselves just a little bit more range. We saw them dominate with the Swiffer earlier on, providing true backline support as well. Takes out Biscuit, and that could prove to be what turns the tide of this matchup, as it is 4-2 on the map. And finally, Dream retakes control, but not before ceding 92 points worth of ground to have to make up. Zero going to do some work on that K shot, but it's still winnable. They just got to do a little bit of work as Biscuit tries to provide a little bit of support with the Inkjet and try to chase BlackPink off. Good. Oh my gosh, I'm getting my words twisted up here, Astro. Getting just a little bit tight as the advantage ticks down. 3-1 on the map. This could be the decider. But what a pick by Ice, and another one.
And that's going to be
they can retake the zone. But is it enough? No, it's... Oh my gosh. What a hold by Dream. They do lose control, but Q coming up clutch.
Did you see that 180?
That was... Ice is just insane. Ice enters these tournaments because they need clips for a compilation. That's just how they roll. Terra getting a pick, as well as Ice trying to reassert their dominance on the backline. This very well could just come down to the quality of their chargers. And I have to say, if that is indeed the case, Q is putting up a fight, but my oh my, they cut down into the penalty. Ice is keeping their team in this. Down to the last 5 seconds. Q trying to regain the zone, and indeed they get it. We are going to a game number 5. Dream hanging on and staying alive. I am not sure how they're doing this, Astro, considering the quality that we are seeing from this backline play. But Dream is matching them punch for punch, and we are going to the rubber match.
You know, Kyo, despite the low KA, actually had a really effective match. He did exactly what brushes do best, and he really just held the opposing team's attention away from objective as hard as he possibly could by always being an eminent threat. And very occasionally he will come in and get that pick, but you know, you can really only pull that off when you're playing really well around your team, and that's exactly what he did. But I honestly believe that the extra range that the scope gave Q made all the difference in that backline battle. I think Q got some phenomenal picks. That great 180 on, what was that, Kyo on the brush? I believe it was the 180 it was on Kyo. I mean, did that with a scope. You don't see everybody do that, but you see Q, players like Q and Ice just do it all the time, and it's just kind of like clockwork for them. And we kind of watch it and we think, wow, this is incredible. But, you know, we are going to once again be headed to a very slow mode. Tower control, with its almost stationary objective, is going to be very similar to Splat Zones in respect to how these modes, how these teams end up playing against each other. And I would not be surprised to see them come out with something like a Charger again, though that Stingray on the Jet is pretty tempting.
It does kind of make you scratch your beard or your chin if you're not, just with a face full of hair like I am. Yeah, but yeah, this could be just one of those matches, Astro, where it gets traded back and forth and just kind of gets held up at 60% until the very last minute, where we have one of those insane coordinated pushes where maybe one of the teams is caught lacking. This could very well turn into a war of attrition, Astro, and it gets ugly when it comes to that point.
As though if you can really make an effective, granted in this case very long push through the opposing team's street or plat, whatever your team wants to call it, because universal callouts are really important to know, of course, but the most important thing is that you can communicate well with your own team. Whatever you want to call that part of the map, that's going to be the really big stopper, and both teams are going to have to be able to break through that wall if they're going to be able to push the tower into a KO. On this map, KOs are really, really hard to achieve. They typically are pretty hard to achieve to begin with, especially in tower control, but on this map in general, I feel like both teams are just going to kind of end up running into a bottleneck, and it's just going to be, once again, a match of which team just gets a few more points than the other. As we see Kyo definitely most likely switching off that brush onto something more conventional as far as picks of his. Not that he was ineffective, but when you start pulling off a little strategy pick like he brought out in the last match, you can't do it twice in a row for fear that the other team is going to make a very quick adjustment. And quick adjustments they do. We'll see what adjustments that both teams end up making in this match as we see Kyo back on that K machine. Just like I said, the Squiffer, however, coming out from the side of Dream this time.
Yeah, I mean, if the Squiffer has carried them up to this point, you might as well. But actually, that's that's right, the new Squiffer. But I kind of see the advantage here. You're wanting to garner that kill power from a range. You're probably going to see them riding the tower anyway, just because it's not a super long range weapon, but whenever you do get that elevation, it always helps, especially on that flat ground if they try to approach you. And already that 4-2 field advantage for BlackPink is paying dividends as Q. You don't like using your ink brush in a defensive position, but you kind of had no choice. And when you're met by a suction bomb for your thanks at the end of it, makes it sting just a little bit more. Biscuit going to utilize the ink brush and take him out at distance. Going to be a dogfight in the air. They're going to get the pick. Biscuit, an absolutely insane shot on the inkjet, taken to the skies and winning the dogfight. Aces up at Anchovy Games.
Absolutely, that was so phenomenal, and we're seeing with the double inkjet, the extra defense coming out on the side of BlackPink may play dividends because it looks like defensive capabilities are going to be sacrificed just a little bit here, and it's not playing to their advantage so far in this match on the side of Dream. They decided to forego the backline and then just bring out missiles, armor, and double inkjet. Very tried and true. If they're able to push, basically past mid and through to BlackPink's ledge, really that checkpoint, that chokehold on the map, then those double inkjets will make an absolutely enormous difference. So I can really understand why they went with the picks that they did. But, that push all the way to 21 for BlackPink is saying that, it's very possible that it was a gamble that just hasn't paid off so far. As they continue to push forward, all the way down to 20, the Ray coming out. Who says Rays can't be offensive weapons? They really are, at the end of the day. A pretty solid, albeit nowadays very balanced special. You can do quite a bit with the Stingray, and they just show with a really important pick right there to keep the team in it. Neutral just has not stayed in mid at all.
Yeah, and Q having to utilize that inkjet firing at the pillar, and it's not really the way that you want to be going. You don't want to be on the back foot and firing that thing. You want to be charging into spawn and making sure that the other team is reeling, because otherwise that's just a bad scene that you wind up in. Terra now being tasked to retake midfield, but gets caught with the suction bomb from the elevated van platform with Keo. And now Ice going to try to deter with the Stingray, as they're going to try to reclaim midfield for themselves. And yeah, this has not been Keo. Okay, we're about to see a Keo flank. We're about to see the most ridiculous Keo flank that we've ever seen in our lives, because looks like that's what is about to happen, Astro.
Yeah, you actually see in response to that, the Stingray hanging back on the team just to slow down Dream a little bit as the Keo flank comes in. He comes in, gets the double, and he's bagging to finish it.
You love to see it.
Oh.
And eventually Keo is going to overextend just a little bit. Q not taking too kindly to the bagging, but my oh my, and that's a nice shot there from Q as well. But again, you have all this advantage to make up, all this ground to cover, all this turf to ink. Astro might just be a little too far out of the grasp after that early coordinated push, methodical as it was. Certainly turning out to be effective, as Dream is going to have to make their last stand here. Less than 40 seconds remaining as Q tries to tap that fan, remaining desperately on the high ground, and the Inkjet is going to try to come through and take out everything on that upper point to try to aid this push. But again, Q is, these picks are so vital, especially as we reach the 15-second mark.
Honestly, it looks like BlackPink are just hanging back, and they have so much space and so much room that they're just going to sit back with their specials. The Inkjets are going to come out. The Ray comes out. Oh my goodness, this is a 3v2 on the map. If they can't get to the tower, this is going to be an end.
Zero was trying to approach and just was not able. However, they are still occupying the tower. It's a full team wipe, and Ice with the booyah in celebration. You thought that the play was on the Stingray. They instead decide to make sure that they're not C9ing. They recap the tower, but man, what an effort at the very end. But they perhaps left it just a little bit too late, as it will be BlackPink winning by a score of 3-2 in this winner's final set. And for the second week in a row, BlackPink qualifies out of winner's side. 25 combined splats between Ice and Shuck, and they reap their handsome rewards.
BlackPink is really, as a pickup, it's just something special to watch. All FT Win members, really, both present and former. I guess nowadays all former, so to speak. But in general, FT Win and just the folks that they have on their rosters at any given point have just been exceptional to watch do what they do. And we're seeing it once again tonight. That was so incredible. It was a great set. And, I'd have to agree with you in the chat. Keo definitely does it for the fans. He definitely did it for the fans this time. Just a nice little bag on stream, because he knew when he got that double, the match was effectively over, because his team could just sit back with all their specials. Did you see that? They just kind of sat in spawn and waited with their specials because they had so much room, and tower is just so slow moving that they really just waited until a chokehold and popped all their specials, and at that point it was over.
And yeah, that is exactly how you get something done. Sometimes you just got to do it yourself, and certainly that was BlackPink. With again, it was a relatively slow push, as it kind of has to be in this mode, but especially when you're going up that little vertical slot there, going into the potential sniper's nest, and you don't know what's going on. You don't know how you're going to have to deal with the elevated platforms that you're basically just kind of being paraded across, aren't you? It's so much potential, for suction bombs or for snipers or the Nautilus, obviously, to get tracked down on. still the coordinated push. It took all the efforts of people like Ice and certainly Kyo, who was just showing so much style at the end there, especially in that getting those individual kills. Might have just made all the difference in that game number 5. And certainly with the numerical on the numerical side of things, Kyo with those 11 kills, none looming larger than that. So we are going to do another giveaway here, as we are giving away yet another sticker set, I believe. And as we are approaching this, I believe it's that's right. It's another sticker set. So exclamation point giveaway if you want in on that. And once again, folks, as we thank you for watching, certainly want to thank you all for coming through, supporting Inkling Performance Labs. This is our 3rd rendition of Swim or Sink, but this isn't the only thing that we do. We got this little thing, Astro, and I know you know all about this.
Oh yeah,
it's called Low Ink.
And it's coming this Friday, so even if you're not around to play in Low Ink, it's still a spectacular event every single month. We've got Low Ink. It's a 2-day tournament coming this September 26th through 27th. If you'd like to check out more about it, go ahead and check it out in our server itself, or visit the link that you see on the screen right now. But
that's right. And one more thing about Low Ink. I mean, perhaps some of you know, perhaps you don't, but you're seeing the premier talent in North America strut their stuff on a weekly basis here on Swim or Sink. Low Ink is meant to act as something for newer and lower level teams to kind of get experience against other teams of a similar skill level. So it's not just them trying to run themselves into, FT win or sayonara constantly. They're going to be going up against teams, building their confidence, and perhaps it's how iron sharpens iron. You know what I mean? You get your confidence up, then maybe you work yourself up to take on the world. If you want to get a link for the chat, it's iplabs.inc/Discord. That's where you can talk with other teams on your skill level, and certainly the organizers of the tournament. That's how you get yourself signed up for Low Ink, which is starting this Saturday, September 26th at 1 p.m. Eastern. So get yourself in for that, and get yourself in for the giveaway, which, Sass Valentine has won the giveaway, so congratulations to them. We will get you your stickers, and don't go away. We've got more action coming up here on Swim or Sink, and in fact, we're going to get into it right now. Splat Zones at Skipper Pavilion for game number 1. Astro, this is going to be fun.
Fun is definitely an understatement, right? So we've got 2 teams here. One is a pickup, one is not. One has definitely been around for quite a while, but they're both made up of very established players. A couple on the rise with an absolutely enormous skill ceiling, and of course Requiem on the other hand, they're basically vets. The team is definitely old at this point, and their roster, while it's changed over the years quite a bit, has never really lost a beat, and they continuously churn out more and more results. We've seen them in previous SOS events. We saw them in SOS 1, actually, put together a pretty strong run in and of itself, and I guess they're back for SOS 3, and they're putting together yet another really, really strong run. Round 8 in losers, so they are essentially all the way up to losers quarterfinals.
Yeah, it's we're getting into the elimination bracket. Winner goes on, loser gets out, and it's going to be it's going to be an ink bath, to say the very least, as we get into this matchup. Starting off, Skipper Pavilion, again, it's a big map. Luckily, you only have to concentrate yourself on one part of it, and that is that zone. The means with which you do it, well, that's left up to your own devices. And speaking of the devices, going to take a look at the compositions right now.
Yeah, and not remotely surprised to see the roller come out from Omega, a Carbon roller actually. He's known as one of the best in North America, if not the best Carbon roller player in North America. So, while I'm really happy for his team and the rest of Ascension, for their recent sponsorship by In Control, it I'm also very glad to see him participating in this event, bringing out what he does best. Playing with some friends and having a little bit of fun and going really far, actually. As you see them right here push all the way up to 60 and beyond, you know, they have the advantage here because they kind of have a lot more range to work with. A little bit of an unconventional top. They do lose the zone, but it's still a 3v3 situation. Oh, you know, I take that back. It's a 3v1. It's time to hit the reset button. Kiwi maybe get out of that situation as Kiwi or doesn't. That was a little bit strange. I'm not entirely sure what happened there. But regardless, now Requiem is pushing all the way back past 60 themselves. They might take this lead, and they do. Now down to 50 and beyond. The armor coming out, but they are down 4-3. Inkjet coming out from the other side, as well as missiles, and that is probably going to be another capped zone. No, they aren't able to cap it just quite yet. Requiem really putting up a fight, but Cherry does go down on that Nautilus, and it looks like Requiem does recap it, but they can't hold it for long, as it looks like Requiem are now finally against the wall, and it looks like our wonderful pickup in Ryu have finally retaken zone, but once again as well, not for long. Neutral just in this fight is not advancing whatsoever beyond zone.
And now, oh, I'm sorry about that. I didn't mean to cut you off, but then again, that's a pretty hard cutoff there, as we got 49 points on the board. Cutting into the penalty is Ryu. Omega trying to flank here with this roller, but we'll have to see how that plays out. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, zone is retaken, and Requiem, Max, putting in that work with the K-Shot, gets himself a double and retakes the zone. Gonna try to apply some pressure with the Tenor Missiles and assist, with this pushback. However, Omega jumps in from above with that roller. May not be capable of getting the solo cap, but does get the trade and certainly assists with making Requiem sweat just a little bit, Astro.
A little bit, but I don't think Requiem, knowing that team, are shaking too much because they have a penalty to work with, and they have plenty of time to work it with. As you see Oscar coming through just to stall a little bit of time on that Junior and actually get a sneaky little pick right there. So Requiem is now down 2, and you know, one thing to say about Requiem, as they're definitely not going to be out for long. I don't know if you've ever played with their captain Max, but you know, he really is one of the best in the game as far as communication goes. Playing with him, especially on shot calling, makes a pretty big difference as far as helping everybody have a lot more awareness of different situations very quickly. But Omega is going to come on and play a little bit of cleanup, so they are going to have to cut down into that that timer once again, but it's not going to take too long. Oscar just trying to bide a little bit of time, having to fall back a little bit, but he gets a sneaky bomb kill right there, and that's exactly what Juniors do. They're going to start cutting down onto the real timer and possibly maybe even take the lead right here, and they do, all the way past 26, possibly past 20, but the rain coming out from Requiem, but it's not going to be enough because a Junior painted zone, and that's exactly what is going to stall it just long enough for the team to pull out a little bit and maybe put together a bit of a counter push themselves.
Yeah, I mean, Cherry able to push them off of the zone with the Inkjet is certainly assisted by that rain. Again, it's that slow and steady push that you have to make with such a large map, and all of them coming in from that top side. Perhaps a flank would have assisted getting it just a little bit quicker, but nevertheless, they are sitting there with it's a doable push, and really all it takes is what, like 35 real-time seconds to assist with the counting down of the numbers, as we are going to go into overtime. They're forced now to have to expand upon their lead. Their penalty is almost gone, as we're looking at the map here. They're pushing in from the top yet again. They're going to try to take them out the same way that they got that they were able to get in, and it looks like they're not going to be able to get the numbers advantage. 3-1 on the map, and they will retake the lead. Excellent stuff from the team, not able to retake the zone from the top as they come charging down the hill and straight into their own demise as Requiem winds up taking map number 1. And yeah, Shadow looming large with those 15 splats. Max following it up with 9. Those 10 ink armors definitely serving their purpose throughout the course of this map. But yeah, impressive stuff from Requiem. Though Ryu, they made him work for it.
Yeah, Ryu absolutely made him work for it. And, you know, anytime that you take something into overtime and one team barely wins it off one standoff push, you know, you absolutely made him work for it. Unfortunately, right there on that last push for Ryu, Omega on that roller just kind of ran into a wall. And suddenly, because his team was pushing in from one side and it looks like Requiem only had to worry about pressure from one side of the map, they were very easily able to defend it, and that's exactly what happened, because then essentially you're kind of in a 3v4 because your roller can't get in and make anything happen. When you're running very unconventional comps like Ryu is with that bamboo, carbon roller, you know, some unconventional picks elsewhere as well, they're relying on Omega on that roller to get quite a few picks, because Oscar on that junior isn't going to be able to get quite as many, and he's a little bit team dependent as far as play, as many juniors really are. But, you know, that unconventional comp might play into their advantage on tower control, especially on Anchovy, where Bamboo might play just a tad bit better, despite the ledges. I think against the way Requiem was playing in the comps that they tend to bring out, I think the Bamboo might make just a slight difference here, and Kiwi is definitely one heck of a Bamboo player to contend with.
Yeah, I mean, you get that quick little shot off, and with enough MPU, you're providing pretty much 99.9% damage. So, might just be the goal here, especially when you have that higher ground coming up on that platform. You are basically making yourself into a live duck at a shooting gallery. So as we go into this game number 2, taking a look at the compositions here, and yeah, Kiwi 3 MPUs on the Bamboozler, as we kind of anticipated there, Asho. But 2 stealth jumps coming in for Omega and Kaden.
Yeah, ooh, a nice early pick right there to give his team the advantage on the opener right here. It's time to be on the tower already. They are a little bit late to the tower, but they do get on it regardless and start getting a push together. But a Shark on the other side of the map, and somehow he doesn't get the splashdown. That's going to make an absolutely enormous difference and open up this left side of the map. So Requiem right here is already going to push all the way to checkpoint 1 and beyond it. So all the way to 65 now and counting. And this slosher right here, it's time for it to really feast, because it can absolutely demolish those ledges, as well can the roller. I think that it's going to be really difficult for either team to push back in once they're all the way up to those ledges, especially with Omega on that carbon and the way that it eats up ledges, or you know, Max on that slosher, the way that machines can do the same thing.
Oh my! Kaden cutting off the momentum of Max right there, and Omega will be made to pay with their life, as well as Cherry is going to try to provide support and chase that Bamboozler off of the high ground. 65 points garnered already by Requiem. It's been nothing short of impressive what we've seen thus far in terms of the coordination from Requiem. I mean, Ryu seemed to have the play in mind, but simply not able to get much of anything in that regard, just in the face of what Requiem is able to bring together as a unit.
You know, that being said, I'm not
nice takeout.
Yeah, Kaden, he is amazing. He is one of the next top tier players. Really keep a lookout for him in the future, because he is going to be continuing to make moves up through the ladder in the scene. It just takes time to do so, but he's been on the climb for so long, and he's starting to see some real results, and you're seeing it in his overall mechanical skill. There are very few that can match him, the way that he just has incredible accuracy with everything that he plays, and his movement is so clean. So you know, it's definitely an asset to have Kaden on your team, but when you're down and haven't put any points on the board in tower control, and it's already down to 2 minutes and 20 seconds left to go, you've got quite a bit of climbing to do, and you've got to be able to help Caden get in and really get those picks, and that's kind of Omega's job, and we'll see once that happens if that carbon roller is going to be all the difference as Cherry starts to set up on this upper ledge that the carbon roller is really going to feast on so well.
Yeah, this thing, I mean, it moves around so quickly, you would have to think that it's going to provide just a little bit of a thorn in the side of their opposition. But again, getting pushed in on, but now the shoe is on the other foot. It's going to be Rio fighting for their tournament lives. They have approximately 100 seconds with which to do it, so they are able to continue on with this push. Caden going to try to get those big shots off and try to chase off of the higher ground, but in a weird position, kind of caught between these engagements on the low ground and trying to chase them off of high to support objective. Is able to get just past just to the second checkpoint, able to put 54 points on the board and cut down that lead just a little bit, but still 11 points worth of difference to make, and you're a sitting duck at that second checkpoint. That cannot be emphasized enough, Astro, as great. Going to try to do some damage on the Inkjet, and at the very least provide a little bit of damage as Max tries to do the same on the low ground.
Yeah, you know, that Inkjet actually is a little bit of a wasted special there as they go down in response to using it. Unfortunately, that's going to put their team in a tad bit of a sticky situation. As we see now, on the side of Ryu, they are starting to put a counter push together through mid. Unfortunately for them, despite getting quite a lot of important picks. Oh, and that trade on Caden is so important because now you've left a huge gaping hole in the front line for the next probably 8 or 9 seconds. Caden is now getting back in, but a nice, of course, bamboo pick right there by Kiwi. But Caden is starting to get back in. If Kiwi can't get a pick on one of these Inkjets, or if one of these Inkjets does get a pick, and they do, then it's going to be so hard for Rio to make anything happen. As you see right now, they're stuck in this kind of corner, and they do go 3 down, and that is going to be the game. Requiem going up 2-0 against Ryu, but not without a fight.
Absolutely. I mean, that was a tip of the cap, honestly, to Ryu for what they were able to show. They do go down by a count of 65-54 on the board. And Cherry, again, leading the team in kills, but really it was a team effort all around. And you can see with just how evenly dispersed the splats were, really just one between her and the entire rest of the team. But Caden, if we can talk about that, the individual effort that we saw from them, it was nothing short of impressive. 13 splats to go along with the 4 Inkjets, and some of those snipes, in fact, coming from the blaster while airborne. It was that was pretty convincing what we saw from them, and obviously from Omega, 9 splats for themselves. Kiwi just not able to garner the influence that they wanted with the Bamboozlers, simply because I think it might have been a compositional thing, Astro. But if you're able to take it to a team like Requiem, that's always something to hang your hat on. This is VOD material that you get to consume and that you get to kind of improve yourself with, and perhaps make a little bit more of an impact in Swimmer Sync 4.
Yeah, you know, one thing to be said of pickups is you play in pickups to get really good practice and to learn how your peers who you're playing with and peers who you're playing against play, so that when you go back to your team, you can really take that knowledge and experience and learn and possibly get kind of a one-up. You know, this is a competitive scene. These players are playing competitively against one another, so naturally everyone is trying to constantly get the upper hand on another, and the more that you learn about everybody in the scene, the better the chances that you're going to understand something about their play that allows you to just get slightly ahead of them. And sometimes that makes all the difference, as we see the very top players and top teams in the game actually constantly playing in pickups. But not only that, they're so good mechanically and so skilled that really it oftentimes is just down only to team play and situational awareness that really makes the difference in these matches, as we see how fast-paced the game is when both teams are pushing the game to its absolute limits. That being said, we are going to go to a very quick break for 30 seconds, 40 seconds or so, and we'll be right back with you in losers semifinals. We'll see Requiem versus Sonderchee, another team that we saw earlier in this tournament. So stay with us, guys. We'll be right back.
Don't go away.
Hello everyone, and welcome back to Swim or Sink 3. I'm Astro, or Astrocities, whatever you want to call me, and I'll be joined once again very shortly by Stu the announcer, and we are here to bring you losers finals, or losers semifinals actually, Requiem versus Sonderchee, two of the higher seeded teams in our tournament, and we're gonna have to go ahead and get started pretty quickly here. As both teams have readied up very quickly, we have Rainmaker on Manta Maria. Kind of a slower map to begin with. The bottlenecks are definitely something to be said. Sometimes bottlenecks on a map can be really, really good, but getting a push on this mode in Rainmaker all the way up to a KO is so difficult. As we see, once again, a few unconventional picks on the side of Sonderchee. The bamboo coming out on this map, it's not necessarily a bad pick, I feel, but we'll have to see exactly what they're doing with it, because it may be a really smart pick depending on what they're trying to do, as they do get 3 down. Requiem, that's a full wipe, and they're gonna push all the way up and paint possibly to a KO already. 4 minutes and 20 seconds left in the match, and they're all the way up to 23.
Unbelievable. I did not realize that we were starting already. I do apologize for that, but man, these people, they work fast, both in-game and out, I suppose. Can't really fault them for that, but what a start to this matchup. And yeah, Cherry gonna try to push in and reclaim the advantage, but Sonderchee, if you wanted to make a statement, this is how you do it. Looking for revenge for their winners bracket loss, and this is how you get on your way to doing it. As Max going to try to keep their way, keep going forward, but they're going to get squashed, and I think I'm on a lag here. Okay, yeah, we fixed it. And as the Inkjet Rainmaker picking off on the gaps, it is 2-2 on the field. Billy gonna have to make that trade, and immediately my mind is going to just how quickly Sonderchee were able to push it forward, while also maintaining most of their player base, allowed for a very decisive advantage very quickly. Astro, the keys to this one seem to be with how things will go into the back line.
Yeah, it's so difficult to push as hard and as far as they did. They really were only able to do so because they got a full wipe. As you can see them right now, just biding a lot of time in mid. The match is already half over, but they have to keep in mind that special advantage is going to be on the side of Requiem, but not before Requiem goes a man down. And there's even more bagging coming out from Henlo, possibly a pick on that Inkjet. So it looks like Requiem is going to have to fight a little bit of an uphill battle, a 2v2 situation right here in mid as both teams get back in this. Now it's a 4v4 situation once again, but that neutral actually played out in the favor of Requiem because now, unfortunately for Sonderchee, they're going to have to back up just a tad bit and start setting up for a push back into mid. They don't have the map control that they need with 2 minutes left, and they are going to possibly leave a few holes. Unfortunately for Requiem, that is going to be very hard to push through. Oh, but the hammer goes down. That's going to make a huge difference. They have an absolutely enormous hole right here if they can push through it.
Yeah, and Billy doing everything that they possibly can to maintain this lead. They're going to Shark on this wall here, and surprise, yeah, you're getting an NZAP to the face, and you're going to like it. Now it's 1-1 on the map, and the only one able to do anything with the only one able to do anything with the Rainmaker is the one that has to run straight into the crosshairs of Rui, who makes them pay for it. And yeah, you're gonna have to get more than 53 points on the board if you want to win this one. Rui going to drop the preventative measures with the Tenta missiles, as Synapse will be looking for those picks for any potential crossers through the midfield.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's one down on the side of Requiem, so this early push is going to make all the difference, but Grave is going to get a huge pick right there and possibly create a hole. The hammer is going to go down, but not before they take out the Rainmaker. That is a crucial stop. Billy is going to start hanging over and camping the Rainmaker and start playing preventative measures because now they have 30 seconds left in the match, and Requiem now has to fight an uphill battle. Billy pops the armor just so they can sit back and wait for Requiem to have to back up once again. The armor comes out in response from Requiem, but that is going to be a 3v3 situation. They're going to pick it up and save it from respawning, but it is possibly going to be a little too late as the hammer comes out, gets another, but no! That is a huge pick. Shady right here with the Rainmaker just getting his team right back in it. 2 seconds left. We're going to be headed to overtime. So we've got 40 seconds left on the Rainmaker. A lot of bomb pressure coming out from the side of...
They have to start moving it forward, though. As you're seeing here, this is Grape on the T-Tech. You need these individual picks. They may have just overextended a little bit, and indeed they did, perhaps going past the play, the entire team. I mean, it's like a missed coverage in football. You decide to miss your person, all of a sudden they are headed towards the ball carrier, and they are indeed going to be tackled just a few yards short, if we're going to carry on with that analogy. And yeah, 23 combined splats for Villy and Synapse in that one to go along with those 5 ink armors, definitely helping with that push. But my oh my, it came quick and it came effectively for Sonderchee in the first few minutes of the match. Really the first minute overall, Astro.
Not even the first minute. They got a wipe on the opener and the match was effectively over. That's oftentimes really just how Rainmaker works. If you get a full wipe, especially on certain maps, you're able to just push through as long as you're fast enough. you're able to push through so hard that one person on your team, all they have to do is paint the path and you just go. The Rainmaker themselves should never be having to paint their own path. As you see in Rainmaker pushes, teams painting for each other constantly, especially for the Rainmaker, so that the Rainmaker can move that little bit faster, and it made all the difference right there. They were able to push all the way to 23. But that being said, we're going to have to completely switch gears here all the way to Splat Zones, because this is just about as slow as it gets.
Yeah, and especially on Sturgeon Shipyard, where you're going to have so much emphasis placed on, again, it's going to be that K-Slosher and that Tri-Slosher on the opposite sides. Henlo and Max could very well be providing the differences for the team. Cherry going to provide that, well, I mean, really ostensibly the backline support, but Synapse really might just come down to them. How many frags can you get to provide the numbers advantage? Remember, the frags, yeah, they may not be the goal, but they certainly are a means to an end, aren't they? So, Henlo going to be laying low just for now, but eventually, yeah, that K-Slosher going to loom large and get Cherry on that high ground, as they're going to attempt to retake zone and do so successfully, not before the opposition gets 41 points on the board for themselves.
Yeah, I feel had Henlo kind of pursued that with a Fizzy Bomb doing a little bit of damage, it's very possible they could have gotten yet another pick. But Henlo erring on the side of caution as his team catches back up with him. The wall coming out from Synapse, but it's not going to save his teammate. They're both going to go down. That's going to be a full wipe. And once again, we see Requiem with complete control of mid. You know, Requiem, I feel like they just have so much more control in these slow modes and on these maps where you can start playing with your options a little bit more, and that's exactly what they do. That being said, they are gonna get counter pushed right here. Requiem is able to hold it off for now, but is it going to be enough? Requiem is going to go one man down, and now they're going to have to fight an uphill battle literally up this zone and possibly have to hold it, not be able to hold it off, as they do give up the cap, but they are going to maintain control of mid, and that's exactly what they needed. The only thing that push is going to do is just bide a little bit more time.
Yeah, and Max, I mean, having that special online and utilizing it there was Synapse. That Booyah Bomb going to try to retake zone, but there's so much of it to cover. The other half remained completely unpainted, and indeed immediately goes right back to the team in green as Synapse looking to exert their dominance in this set. However, they are going to have to fight back from behind here in this game number 2 of Splat Zone. Sturgeon Shipyard, Henlo going to try to retake zone, going to need those picks on the in the midfield. That's Cherry on the zone, going to have to retreat, and no real option in that. Just did not have the numbers or really the matchup advantage at all. You really do not want to be on the wrong side of that Slosher when it comes through, and certainly that bomb pick as well. Grape is just sitting there chilling and is more than happy to do so, considering the deluge of green ink that came down upon them as they retake the lead.
Sonderchee made such a strong comeback in this match. This is going to be really, really hard for Requiem to make anything out of, as Sonderchee are now down to 10, Requiem down a man, and it's very possible that Sonderchee are going to get the KO here, and they do!
What a pick at the end, and what a statement by Sonderchee. That is how you do it. 2-0.
No, I have to be honest with you. I really went into this set with Requiem as my favorites to win it. You know, given their past experience and given how effective they've been in the past couple weeks in the tournaments that they've played, how their very strong run in SOS 1 as well. But Sonderchee just coming out here and saying, hey, you know, we're out here to win it. We're making this losers run, and we're going to find ourselves at the very least in 3rd place, possibly better, as they now find themselves in losers finals. And if they win that, they're all the way to grands.
Yeah, and hey, it was a great run there by Requiem, and we saw the evidence bear the assumption that you came to, honestly, earlier on in the winner's side, where Requiem was able to take them out in winner's quarters. But yeah, in losers semis, Sonderchee does in fact get their revenge, and what a way with which to do it. I was talking about the battle between those two sloshers, Henlo winding up with 8 splats to go along with those 4 effective splashdowns. It's a good painting mechanism and sometimes can work for you on the defensive. And yeah, Max doing well to get those 4 ink storms off and perhaps push initiative onto zone or push the line forward and for either the left or the right side. But yeah, 5 splats to go along for them, not bad. Villy, however, yeah, that seemed to make the difference. All that ink covered and the 10 splats to go along with it. Great individual efforts all around from both teams, but only one can move on, and in this case, it was Sonderchee. So the 5th seed will find themselves in losers final. But what an opponent to have to face at this point in the tournament, Astro.
Well, you know, I'm not surprised that the matchup was as close as it was. Those were our number 4 and 5 seeds, so both of them going on runs to prove that they deserved higher numbers than they were given. As Sonderchee, now the 5th seed, are going to fight at the 2nd seed in the tournament, possibly make a bit of a run even further, but man, what an impressive run for them recently, especially for a pickup. Sonder, such a well-established team, but you know, Lychee, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, they're a Korean team. I know Villy because he is a former teammate of mine, and he's absolutely amazing at what he does, so it's definitely no surprise to see him here. As they're now joining up in the lobby, we're going to see them face off against Dream, one of the scariest teams in North America right now.
Oh my gosh, the makeup of this team. Honestly, I'm shuddering just talking about it a little bit because, I mean, look at this absolutely stacked team. The fact that they are in loser's side really just goes to show, like, I mean, you have to have some ridiculous roster to be able to take them down. And they did. It was basically what a bunch of people from FT Win making up this pickup in BlackPink. But yeah, this is Terra, Q, Zero, and Bran making up Dream. A dream team, to be completely honest. I know that's the obvious pun, but you know, let's just get the low-hanging fruit out of the way. They have shown absolutely no mercy to their opponents throughout the entirety of this tournament, and really being challenged by BlackPink going into this losers final, and only finding themselves down in losers by really just a margin of 1 or 2 points on a few of those maps here and there, before BlackPink really decided to run away with that tower control in HOV Games game number 5. So going to be a hype one for sure, and we certainly want to thank you all for joining in along with us here on twitch.tv/IPL Splatoon. If you're enjoying this kind of content, you're definitely going to enjoy what we've got going on. 2 weeks from now, it's a little thing where we're doing all Turf War maps. That's right, all Turf War going on Friday. It's going to be just a little insane. I know it sounds a little crazy, but I assure you it all works out, and it's a thing that we like to call Turf Be Told. If you want the link for the chat, if you want the link for the Discord, it's going to be in the chat. Friday, September 25th at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. It's a bi-monthly tournament and goes into single elimination top cut after a group's format. So definitely get in on the action, get in on the fun, and get in with IPL Splatoon.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a lot of fun, but that's not to say that we're not going to have some fun action ourselves right here, as we're almost readied up. Clemblitz Nuke Albacore Hotel actually is where we're going to be facing off first, so I stand corrected from earlier, and I really do stand corrected because I made the map list, so whoops. But Regardless, we're going to see a very quick ready
That'll
up.
show ya.
Yeah, we're going to see a very quick ready up from the side of Sonderchee, as now finally Dream is completely readied up, possibly playing a few mind games. We never know. Things like that happen in lobbies all the time. All it can take sometimes is just readying up a little bit slower to maybe feign changing weapons or feign doing something different. And when these teams are counterplaying each other as hard as they do, it can make all the difference. Rui coming out with the charger, that's absolutely no surprise. Neither is Q, however, coming out with that Jet Squelcher, a weapon that Q has been playing quite a bit recently.
Yeah, you're talking about Keo and the Jet Squelcher. I mean, it's interesting to see that, but at the same time, with the amount of backline play that we've seen throughout this tournament, really the effect that the backliners have had on the proceedings thus far. I mean, it's kind of interesting to see the tenacity ability being used there by Q. It's going to give him special pretty often, and I can only imagine on that custom Jet Squelcher, yeah, that weapon mistake, and certainly that ability choice is going to be of no mistake.
Yeah, absolutely. As you see right here, Dream getting some very important picks early on. It's going to make a huge difference, but unfortunately for them, they are going to be held up quite a bit by the fact that they have to fall back and gather clams. But that's not going to put a stop on them for long, as the baller comes out and the clam comes in, and their push is coming together very, very well as they start to eat down on the score, now down to 65, so not the largest lead by any means, and certainly not on this map, but definitely a bit of an uphill battle from here for the side of Sonderchee.
But still, what a start from Q, as they are going to have to eat into their penalty just a little bit. All it takes is one power clam, though, so not a huge deal. You're talking about how really the only thing that an 80-point push does for you is give the opponent the pity clam. Well, now you're starting to gain just a little bit of momentum. It's obviously not an insurmountable lead, but when you have someone like Brandon just kind of chilling there right by your goal, kind of makes you wonder just how much your opposition is respecting you. Does that tilt you a little bit, or is this the sort of thing where cooler heads really do have to prevail?
Well, in comp in general, cooler heads almost always prevail, unless, of course, it's kind of a hype run. I mean, when you're carrying a lot of momentum and you're feeling really good, yeah, of course, there's absolutely nothing in that world can stop you. And sometimes loser brackets runs can make all the difference in getting a team really riled up and ready to go, and it's absolutely going to make a difference, I'm sure, tonight as well. That being said, however, he's not just sitting under your basket to get in your head, but what he's really doing is just putting so much pressure on that he's not allowing you any room. But Sonderchee is going to go ahead and put together a counter push and now take the lead all the way down to 35.
Yeah, they came through. They were ready with the clams. You saw just how many they had in terms of numbers, and they were ready to dump them onto the basket. And they're not done. That's a full team wipe. They finally got that done, but man, not before ceding 80 points worth of scoring damage on their front. That is the response that you wanted if you're Sonderchee, and if you're Dream. Oh, that is not enough to break your morale, but now you know you got to put in the work just a little bit. They do, in fact, get numbers in, and they're going to pile in the clams even further. They're not done quite yet. They still have that frontliner just hanging around there, and they're not even dead yet. They're still piling in clams, and that Nautilus is proving to be as much of an annoyance as you can imagine. The Inkjet will be deployed, only taken out of the air just there. And that is why they are your number 2 seed, looking to reclaim their rightful spot in Grand Finals. How dare Sonderchee be so insolent as to try to take the lead on us?
And very, very large lead at that, but in this mode, leads like that hardly ever last for very long, especially on this map. This really isn't a slow map, despite being as large as it is, because it's so cramped. The Brielle coming out, kind of a bit of a consolation prize right there. but Sonderchee are going to go 3 down, and that's going to leave the window wide open. I said a window, but it's really a door, and
it's never unwinnable. It's never unwinnable when you're talking about the likes of Sonderchee, and that is that's something where you're talking about Dream being just one of those teams that is so stacked with talent and so well coordinated, even as a pickup. And again, you're talking about an even dispersal of talent at pretty much every single position. And one of those things that reflects that, quite frankly, was that kill counter. Everyone in double digits. And it was really just Brandon leading with 12. But again, it's just so evenly dispersed. The amount of talent and really the amount of responsibility that each individual is taking. You're seeing a whole lot of responsibility taken on by really every single person for these pushes, everyone playing their role, everyone doing their part, and that's why 4 players will always beat one team. And as Sonderchee immediately going back in saying, "Run it back, we want that smoke," they'll have no choice but to receive it on Rainmaker Snapper.
Yeah, absolutely. This, while being a large map as well, is definitely one that can take a little bit of time to travel, as we've seen earlier in this tournament, and it made a huge difference because you kind of find yourself at a bit of a stalemate trying to push over that ledge and up through higher ground, and defense really can prevail if you've got a large enough push, as we saw from BlackPink, and that's exactly what they did. Rui coming out this time with the bamboo, so no Stingray on the side of Sonderchee. I'm not really surprised knowing Rui to see that, but it is still a little bit interesting to see as Sonderchee are now down by 2 and possibly more. No, Dream is definitely going to put together a very hefty push right here.
Look at that. I mean, that is just how big those early kills will loom at the end of the day, and it gets you 71 points worth of advantage. I mean, it's the same thing that we saw last time we saw Sonderchee on Manta Maria, isn't it? It was just one of those things that they came through so quickly and so thoroughly that, I mean, when you're able to get those kills, you are rewarded with a large push. And as it is taken back to about the midway point in terms of the numerical aspect of it, it's still coming in from all the way on the left side. If you are, if you're Rui trying to get these picks, you have a decent angle, but you're unable to capitalize on it. Eventually, getting that pick onto Terra, but yeah, at what cost? You have so much green ink that you have to negotiate. Zero trying to get these picks, and indeed is successful in doing so. That's a 4v1 right here, and this pick, this might just happen. This might be a knockout if they're not careful.
Yeah, I'm really surprised that the baller actually didn't climb up all the way onto that pedestal. Unfortunately for them, it is going to make the difference. And, I take that back. It isn't going to make the difference in stopping that KO. That KO is going to happen anyway. And they do drive the nail into the coffin.
And that is how you do it. Dream coming back. And that is, that wasn't even a counter punch, man. You just straight up sucker punched them. That is Zero exerting their dominance, one of the better frontline players that you could ever ask to have on your side, leading the way with 9 splats. And Sonderchee, I mean, what an effort to get there. But Dream, they had a goal in mind, and they had revenge right on the very front of it. They will earn their shot in Grand Finals, where BlackPink awaits.
That was a really impressive showing. It really goes to show just why they're headed to Grand Finals and to face off against our defending winners from last week's event in BlackPink. But that being said, sorry, I'm a little bit distracted here. That being said, they are going to have their work cut out for them if they're going to take down BlackPink. because they're gonna have to go for a bracket reset. It's going to have to be absolutely massive. But until then, we are gonna go ahead and head to a little bit of a break, and we'll be back very, very shortly with yet another giveaway. So, stay with us. We'll give you a little bit of more information in just a second when we return.
You're watching Swimmer Sync 3. And folks, after that ridiculous action that we saw in Losers Finals, it felt like if you blinked, you missed it. Well, guess what? We have just a little bit longer of a set for you with the potential for the reset. I will contend, if you're going to have something like this, a situation like that, where you might be in it for the long haul, Astro, it might as well be against two of the best teams that North America has to offer.
Yeah, absolutely. And, it's no surprise that we're seeing these two teams at it tonight. BlackPink back at it again. Dream is definitely a team that if you've paid any attention to other events as well from other organizations, they are no stranger. They are very well established as a pickup, and they do have results. And they do have some serious results at that. So two of the best teams in North America at it in grand finals. This is what we're all here for.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we're here not only for a high-quality Splatoon, but frankly, let's not even beat around the bush about this, Astro. We're here for the hype. We're here because we get to see two high-quality teams go at it, not just in really a grand finals atmosphere that we get to establish ourselves. Certainly no stranger to that here at Swim or Sync, but it's going to be a race to the finish, and fittingly enough, we're going to Humpback Pump Track to kick it off. These two combatants, 8 members among them, lined up at the start, and they're off. Welcome to Grand Finals here at Swim or Sync as we take a look at the compositions. And now, starting things off, very quickly here, immediately Control is going to go in the favor of Dream as Terra helping to retake the zone, going to be vital that they stay alive in order to build up those ink armors. Gonna try to reclaim zone and keep it alive for themselves as the Booyah Bomb threatened to retake it, and then you have numbers with Keo, and the 42 advantage is going to be vital in retaking that advantage.
Absolutely.
Keo trying to sorry. I didn't realize where you went. I thought that the hype got to you, my man.
No. I was having a few technical difficulties, but I'm back, back just in time. Ooh, a nice splashdown pick with the inkjet. Brandon is absolutely no stranger to that. Of course, now their team is going to start possibly eating into that lead a little bit as they start working down the penalty, and it is going to come to an end all the way down to 0, now down to 60 and beyond. They are going to take the lead, actually, and just like that, Dream have come back in this match to say, hey, you may have the early push, but we have special advantage, and this is what happens when we do.
Yeah, and really just kind of hanging on to that Booyah Bomb, Brandon, making sure that they were able to move before they could really do anything with it. That's going to be Ice on that remix, but Biscuit coming in with the Nautilus saying, "You thought that you could escape the Splatlings just because you got away from the Booyah Bomb? Nah, B, I'm here and I'm ready to get this thing discharged straight into your gullet." And that's going to be a shot that they have no choice but to eat. They lose control, but regain it quickly. And immediately off the cuff, I'm liking the decision to maybe stay a little bit more stationary, especially since you have those 2 points on the left and the right side with which to take advantage of having a well-practiced backliner in Ice, but certainly someone like Q as well.
Yeah, absolutely, but the timer is going to start ticking down, now to 15 and beyond, now to 10. Is this going to be a KO in the first match for BlackPink? Dream trying to do everything they can, but no, it's not quite enough. BlackPink with a decisive KO first blow.
And that is how you start things off. BlackPink, I mean, we saw them coming into winner's side, and what is it that they wanted to say? They wanted to make it clear that, hey, that little 5-set dance, that little 5-game dance that we had in winner's final, that was a fluke. This isn't even my final form. And then they just go ahead and transform and grow horns out of their heads, and yeah, that's where it becomes a bad scene. So that was 6 splats on the behalf of Biscuit in that game number 1. Certainly that Nautilus proving to be the difference maker in terms of those potential pushes in on those higher grounds, able to get off of that elevated scene and garner themselves some kills. But as we approach tower control on the reef for game number 2, I would have to think that range would be just as emphasized, if not more, Astro.
Yeah, absolutely. And as both teams right here actually start to ready up, we have a little bit of range until the match starts itself. So we're going to go ahead and get going with that giveaway that we didn't quite have enough time to do before that
that's
last
right. We
match.
Jumped in right before it.
Indeed. So we've got a giveaway of 1 year of Nintendo Switch Online once again for you guys. So if you guys want to go ahead and get that giveaway, remember in Twitch chat to / giveaway.
Yeah. So we'll do that in. I don't think we can do that in 30 seconds. So
No,
how about we
certainly not.
How about we let people get entered for the giveaway during the course of this game number 2? And then we'll do it right before game 3. How's that sound?
That sounds like a plan. If it sounds like a plan to everybody else in chat. Tower control on the reef, however, as both teams ready up, we have 5 seconds left to do so. So this match is going to start shortly. So, stay with us, guys, and, stay watching. And remember, ! giveaway. And we'll see what happens on tower control, the reef.
Yeah, and you can make all sorts of plans around having a year of Nintendo Switch Online, so that's all well and good. As for the plans that we're seeing here, made for these two teams, as the Soda Slosher will be broken out by Keo as we take a look at the rest of the composition. Is in the words of Mike Tyson, everybody has a plan until they get punched in the mouth, and certainly that is the case when it comes to some of these teams. When you're talking about things that can drive players such as Q or Ice off of the high ground and lose them that advantage when it comes to these defensive stances, what is it that's going to be the equalizer in terms of gaining it back? And certainly when you have someone like Keo who's able to get up there so easily with that Soda Slosher and get themselves a double with such relative ease, Astro, what is it going to take to try to get off from the back foot on a map like the Reef?
Well, I mean, they just used that Slosher to regain and hold control of that middle section of that map, that bridge right there, and it made all the difference on that opener as they were able to put 270, but unfortunately for Kyo in his position, he wasn't able to make a whole lot happen beyond that, as they did get stalled in that spot as well, but they do push through that first checkpoint. And that's going to be a really, really important checkpoint for them to push through because now all of a sudden they're able to push that much faster than their opponents. And through the map, they will go. And BlackPink, once again, have the upper hand, and that's exactly what they're going to do once they start advancing this neutral a little bit. They can't advance too far right now because tower is really, really slow, but that Inkling coming out and getting a super important pick on this left side, and all of a sudden now, BlackPink have a 4v1 situation on their hands. The Ray coming out, and it's gonna force Brendan into Biscuit on the left side. Another feed in just as a last resort right there. So BlackPink all the way to 20, now beyond.
Oh, look at this.
This might be a KO win once again, just like we saw last week.
Keo! Have you no soul? Keo looking straight into the eyes of the opposition and saying, nope, this turf is mine. You're going to sit here and watch, and if I hear you dissent, you're going to pay with your life. What a statement made by BlackPink right there. Sitting there, just camping them out, and the 10 splats to show for it. That's how you come up big when it counts.
Pink is so dominant right now. They're making a real statement. They're going to have to take it, however, to Rainmaker on Blackbelly Skate Park, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, Rainmaker Blackbelly Skate Park. So they're going to have to take this if they want to pull out the full sweep in grand finals of this thing. They're going to have to really switch gears, and there is no team that's really better with that. But that being said, before we get started with this next map,
giveaway.
We're gonna get started with the giveaway.
All right, so y'all typed ! giveaway in the chat, and y'all already know how we do. We've got these giveaways happening every single Wednesday right here on IPL Splatoon. Sometimes we like to throw in a little something extra, and certainly 1 year of Nintendo Switch Online, well, that's a little something extra. So we're going to do this giveaway right now, and there we are, 501 Ace. Congratulations, you're the winner of 1 year of Nintendo Switch Online. Definitely, we will be in contact with you, and congratulations to all of our winners here tonight. You want another shot at winning yourself some stickers, or really who knows what else? Definitely join us here every single Wednesday at 8 on twitch.tv/IPL Splatoon. Brandon is going to have to shake themselves off and try again, because they are fighting for their tournament lives on Rainmaker at Blackbelly Skate Park. Did not do too badly in Rainmaker maps coming up to this Astro, but if they are to reset this bracket, they will have to do so in the form of a reverse sweep.
You know, that one thing to be said, however, I feel like FT Win is a lot stronger on those maps where they can really establish a presence. And what I mean by that is those maps where the backline makes that big of a difference. Because their backline is just that solid and so aware. We saw them struggle a little bit in last week's event in faster modes like Rainmaker or Clam Blitz. Though they did win the Clam Blitz match, this time it wasn't as decisively as they won in tower control. So, I'm kind of thinking to myself as they...
Oh, that's a team wipe!
They do get a team wipe in response to that opening push. I'm kind of thinking to myself, hey, maybe this isn't their forte, and they're just going to do everything they can to win this match. But, they know their strengths, and if they don't get this, that's okay, because they have 2 more maps to work with after this, as they are stopped at 59.
Yeah, and even though they do go down in terms of the number advantage, that little pick onto the Nautilus may well loom large, as that's going to be BlackPink stalled ever so temporarily. And I did want to point something out as we see the first Stingray of this matchup. That's Q on the Charger for sure, but then you have the custom Jet Squelcher coming out on the green from Ice, and that's an interesting choice, because you have two special savers coming out from them, and two special gauge quickeners there. I'm kind of wondering, because Stingray on Rainmaker, it's not something that you would think of right offhand.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, actually, I'd have to disagree with that. Really, Stingray has been kind of a staple in the game, especially in Rainmaker, since the game came out. Early Stingray, where you could just pop it from inside of your spawn and have invincibility during it. And Stingray back then was not just so much larger, but also
you could actually do it in your spawn then.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. You would pop the Stingray to get a team wipe. That's what it was for. So the game in and of itself was slowed down back then to the point where it oftentimes became a bit of a Stingray battle, and that's exactly. Oh, but as Kyo once again with a sneaky flank on the right side, he's playing it safe. He's probably gonna come right in as he's spotted, unfortunately for him, and he is gonna go down as a result. Q says, I've got way better awareness than that, and that is not gonna fly.
Yeah, raise your hand if you missed the Stingray meta, folks. So either way, we're going to have Brandon trying to assert their dominance and certainly try to get Dream back into this one. Meanwhile, Ice going to try to shut the door on any potential push as Terra comes jumping in, but Shuck, well, they can jump in right back and certainly has been effective in doing so on that end zap, going to get a double right there and assist in popping the barrier and Ink Armor to reward their efforts. And if they are able to get this push, then that would certainly be helpful. It may very well be used right now, and indeed it is, as they will try to get in and try to push back on this deluge of blue ink that has appeared in front of them. They will not be successful in doing so, and the reset will come out as Biscuit looms in the corner from that snipe. That could be that could ruin someone's day, and Brandon realizes that, getting the flank on Biscuit.
Yeah, not just a flank on Biscuit, right? That was a perfectly placed suction bomb, because that suction bomb really was on the corner, so you couldn't escape it either above or below it, oftentimes like you can with bombs. So, Biscuit really found himself in kind of a sticky situation, and you saw how hard he paid for it. Unfortunately, in his case, he did go down, and he goes down once again to Q before Q picks up the Rainmaker. This time just kind of biding a little bit of time before going down, because the specials are coming out, so they're kind of picking Rainmaker up as a bit of a preventative measure, and it does pay off, as now it looks like BlackPink have to fall back just a little bit and rethink how they're going to push in with 25 seconds left to go. It looks like Kyo might get the second pick right here, but it's starting to look a little bit unlikely, because now he has to fight an uphill battle, and Q, once she picks up this Rainmaker, it's over.
It turned into fighting to get the pick, into fighting to survive, and indeed, all you got to do is pick it up and watch the clock drift away. But now you have to kind of keep on moving on. You have no choice, really, if you want to keep the set going. As soon as this numbers advantage comes through, if it comes through, and you're immediately going to midfield. That is a rough decision to have to make. Hopefully you have the support with which to do it, but you're running out of real estate, and eventually you run out of time. And the winning blow comes from above, courtesy of that inkjet. And just as quickly as it began, though it ends, by a score of 3-0, BlackPink are your back-to-back swim or sink champions.
Oh, so dominant from start to finish. I really don't know if there was a team out there tonight that could really contend with just how BlackPink was playing, and there's a reason why they won this tournament and won it last week as well. As we are going to go ahead to a break week next week, we will be back, and it would be no surprise to see them come back and win once again. They are so strong, and every time that we see this team play, it's so special. I want to thank everybody for joining us tonight. Because, I don't know about you, but I think this is one of the better events that I've seen recently, as far as really one team putting on a show for everybody else to just kind of bear witness to. I mean, it was incredible.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about the quality of play that we saw. The only games that BlackPink dropped were against Dream, and that was in winners final by a score of 3-2. And then they come back, and then they do that. That what you just saw. That 3-0 utter domination of a very good pickup. It's not like they were just dominating some Division 3 team. That was a team with Zero, with Q. It might as well have been an all-star team, to be completely honest. And then what wound up being this FT Win pickup just came in and rolled them. It's not something that can be understated. This team is good, and Astro, this team might just be here to stay.
FT Win, they did go on a bit of a hiatus, but it really is only a hiatus, and I wouldn't be surprised to see both their recent and former members come back to make something really, really special that the North American scene can once again root for. These people really, really are special, and we see it every time they come out to play in different tournament events. That being said, I am Astro/Astrocities, whichever you would like to call me, and I'm joined here by Stu, the announcer, once again. And it has been a pleasure, you guys, to watch Swim or Sync 3, and I hope you guys come back in a couple weeks for our next event, because we're going to make quite a bit of we're going to do quite a bit of work to make that event even better. So
Absolutely.
Until next time, guys.
Yeah,
Stay squidding.
Yep. Happy splatting.